Shit, I'm a minute late, motherfuckers. I hate when I'm a minute late. The times don't add up when like the time, the counter and the clock. Usually I like them when they're in sync with one another, but yeah, I missed it by a minute, so now everything's gonna be off by a minute. I hate that shit. Anyway,
Ah, I'm getting this. Oh, damn it.
oh, damn it. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's fucking Saturday. We out here. Oh wait, that's somebody else's. We chilling right now. We just smoking and fucking smoking and drinking soda. I'm about to go get some coffee. Fuck get this soda. I'm about to chug the rest of the soda, then get this coffee. Smoking. I got this good ass bud. I don't even know what it's called. I just know it's good shit. I just know that it's good shit, Holmes. It's pretty good, bud. Pretty good, bud, cuz. Anyway, what up? This is Custom OG on the motherfucking mic. I'm a MIC. You know me. Ha. I kick it for free, and you know that I don't mess around unless I clown around, but that's very unlikely. Check it how I do it, and you know I do it rightly. The style is brightly. You want to get a hold of me, you can write me. You can get a hold of the Custom OG on the Insta Slam, motherfucker. You know how we be. You know how it do. Fuck me, no, motherfucker. Fuck you too. Thinking you the man. But you ain't, motherfucker. You ain't the man. You ain't even about it. You ain't even about it. I'm breaking apart this weed so I can load this bowl. Break apart this weed. Break apart this weed. Yeah, I'm smoking YouTube. Smoke if you got it. Smoke if you got it. Don't smoke if you don't got it, but smoke if you got it. Don't smoke if you got it. Don't smoke if you got it. Custom the panel barnacle. The dumb carnival. Commercial article. Oh yeah, I should probably drop the link. Yeah, what are you looking at? Join the panel. That's where it's at. Join the panel and have a little chit chat. It's where it is at. Badoobity boobity boop bap. Badoo dat. Boo bap. You fucking bunch of barnacles. Chit chat. Chitty 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 bang bang. Chitty 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 chitty. Chit chat. Oh, really? Yeah, that was pretty smelly. I'm the one who was there for that. Pew, 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 pew. I thought Zod was trying to join. Guess she's not ready yet. I need to make
Sorry,
some.
I'm like really busy in RuneScape.
Well,
I decided to try something a little bit more fast paced. Plus, I have excruciating mouth pain that I don't really want to talk.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's always shitty.
Yep.
I got some pretty good bud. Pretty good bud. Pretty good
I'm
bud.
running low.
Already?
Yeah. I got my vape pen though. There's nothing left. Gotta reload.
Reload.
That's 17G. No, wait, there's still one. I'm gonna break that up. Now that's 7G's down. And this one's not much further behind. Smoke it if you got it.
I'm taking a quick smoke break. But smoke it if you got it. Smoke it if you got it. I didn't even go live yesterday. I was just like,
No. What happened yesterday?
nothing. I just was laying down. I just wanted to lay down, I guess.
Did you pass out and fall asleep?
Yeah, like 5 o'clock.
I'll turn my camera on in a sec. I just gotta keep doing this.
Hold on a second. I have to get some coffee.
Go get some coffee. Caffeine.
Some caffeine.
I got 80 fish to cook and it grows. But I'm trying to do the boss. I can't see the chat. No one's in the chat. No one's watching anymore. No one cares.
Four watching. Stones in the chat.
God damn it, I hit the wrong button. I hate this game. Oh, my thing's falling off, that's why. Could have gotten some good loot if my fucking mouse was working. Custom.
Yeah.
Did you get your coffee?
No, I still have to get up and get it. I haven't got it yet. I'm looking out my
Very.
window.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm about to go get
Nothing
it.
interesting outside my window. Except when the neighbors come by.
It was just, the motorcycle, and I'm trying to find out what he was doing. Okay, now I'm gonna go get the coffee.
Alright. that's cooking, I'm going to get the present going. Right now, I'm just cooking, which is pretty pointless because I'm maxed, but I don't have inventory space for uncooked fish, just cooked fish. Oh yeah, I'm gonna see if this goes to this. No. No, it doesn't. It goes to the old keyboard. I'm gonna be useless today, I don't care. I'm on a mission in RuneScape. God damn it. I didn't get any of it. Hey, Algiberito. Get the raw tuna, bitch. Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Get the raw tuna. Yeah.
El Jibarito. What's up, man? Daniel Berry, what's up? Daniel Betty, Daniel Betty. You said you can play this game on your phone too?
Yeah.
So if you're like at the dentist or the doctor's office and you're waiting, you can just play this game on your
Yeah.
phone?
I usually play it in the car on long car rides, but it's a battery eater, so you got to be careful. It's about
Yeah.
equivalent to StreamYards. So like
Mm,
just as much as StreamYards eats your battery, RuneScape would do the same.
damn.
Right now, like people drop stuff and other people can pick it up. So I'm racing against those other people to pick it up while at the same time cooking all the fish that I'm picking up. Um,
Mm,
but if I don't have anything to cook and there's nothing to pick up, I'm doing the boss and getting my own stuff to cook.
yeah.
It's a cycle. at the same time, I'm enchanting any jewelry I get, cutting any gems that I get to make into jewelry later. So, what are you up to, Custom?
Nothing much. I'm just chilling. I just one day off.
Yeah.
Fucking, I didn't really sleep in either. I don't know, because I slept a lot. I slept a lot yesterday,
So,
so I
you woke
couldn't
up
sleep.
what time?
Like a 10,
Damn.
10 in the morning.
Just picked up more fish. I gotta cut the gems.
What up, Wiki Splitty?
McWig Splitter in the chat. Oh shit. I ran out of space. Ninja with a pencil, though. Let him up, Custom. I'm busy.
Okay.
What up?
What up?
Chilling. Another day at the bird sanctuary.
Yeah.
Getting so many fish.
Is that the newest version of RuneScape?
No. It's the second one. Out of 3.
Did the third one suck?
Kinda. Some people play it, but people prefer the second one. Mostly for nostalgia, but there are other reasons.
Chata rotisserie chicken.
Is there an aspect of the game you wish was updated? The
It
second version?
updates every so often, and it's still running.
Tap
They
it.
just they have a
Tap it.
new skill in beta right now, or is it alpha testing? I could try it if I wanted to. I don't want to.
Tap that rotisserie chicken. Tap that. Tap that rotisserie chicken. All you do is watch sports, Wix Little. You watch golf and tennis and fucking. Remember when bowling was a thing to watch on the sports channel?
I don't know what's more boring, like, than watching sports.
Same. I'd rather be playing it if I felt like it. Like if I felt like doing anything with sports, it would be to play it, and I don't even feel like doing that. So no, I'd rather not watch it ever.
Right. I mean, I get it if you have like family members playing it, maybe. Like if you got kids playing the sport, I guess it makes sense to watch it.
Yeah. Like they were playing badminton at one of the holidays at my sister's, and of course I got into it. But like, would I start up a game, me and hubby on our own? Probably not.
Yeah.
But if everybody's already playing, it's like, okay, I call next game.
The only sport I remotely like to play is fucking basketball.
There's a bunch I don't mind playing. I don't really care for basketball. Shooting hoops one at a time, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, like horse or what do you call that game?
Yeah, horse. Or what's the one um no that yeah, horse, because you can do trick shots too
Right.
and make them more difficult, and they'd have to do the same exact shot.
Do you consider pool a sport?
Billiards?
Yeah.
Not really. We had a pool table growing up. I don't want to talk about it.
What about paintball? Is that considered a sport?
I love paintball, but I guess since some people would consider it a sport, I mean they do have tournaments. And I did not have I had fun up until I got welted. Uh
Oh yeah.
Somehow jumping up and down, this kid still managed to hit me in the same exact spot every time. Like he was like autistically hyper focused on this one part of my leg and hit it in the same spot. Because, like, like you get a welt for each bullet, right? There was just one welt, but it was like the whole area surrounded it bruised really badly because, again, he just kept hitting the same spot. I don't know how he did it. Um,
Were they
but
like giving you a bunch of layers to wear and shit?
yeah, they gave us like a ghillie suit almost.
Because the ones I went to, you can pick as many layers as you want. Like I don't
Why did
know.
I get swordfish? This sucks.
I want to be brave playing paintball.
I got someone right at the nape of the neck.
Oh fuck! Like under the mask.
Like, I don't know if my camera's on. No, it's not on. Like right here. And I know, and I'm like, it was friendly fire, and it was because I was talking to someone and I accidentally hit the trigger, and I saw right where the splatter was, right on the back of his neck, and his hair was short. So if he had longer hair, that probably would have saved him. Oh, dude, when we got on the bus, you could see how red it was. I was maybe, if I had to guess, 10, 15 feet away from him. Oh, I felt so bad.
That's a good example of like how humanity can be trusted with firearms. You just give them paintball, something not so lethal, but people will still fuck each other up.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't walk. I had to get crutches.
Fuck.
It fucking sucked. I wish I still had the picture.
Yeah, that's brutal.
La 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 la. Da, 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 da.
Are you allowed to own a paintball gun, Custom?
Mm-hmm.
So why don't you?
What am I gonna do with it? I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not gonna be playing.
little target practice.
Where am I gonna do that at?
You don't have a back alley and a target or something? I mean,
No, I don't know where I can do that at. Nope, nothing.
huh.
Nata. But yeah.
My jaw is killing me. Alright. People drop shit. 312. Oh, I'll be here for a while.
Is that your inventory?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's a lot of shit.
Yeah. Oh, I got past 10,000. That's as of today. I need food.
Some food.
Yeah, but all I've got are dino nuggets.
I mean, it's something.
Yeah. When that's all you've had and that's all you're gonna have, it's like, I don't want to eat.
Yeah, word. I'd procrastinate on that a little bit. But then you got it, right? Fuck.
Yeah.
Maybe you could spice it up and like season it different or different kind of sauce or something. I don't know.
Doesn't help that my mouth's killing me with those teeth that need root canals.
Oh, yeah, shit. No doubt.
Just took
Fuck.
another ibuprofen. They don't do shit.
Yeah, some people are lucky and that's it totally fucking takes away the pain. Others, not so much.
So how much weed you got left, Si?
Not much. Maybe an eighth.
Damn.
Oh. What about you, Ninja with a Pencil? How much weed you got?
I always keep like an ounce on the side, and then I'm smoking on an ounce right now. So I don't know.
Or 2 ounces?
Like 1.5.
Hmm.
I just switched websites too. I don't know. It's pretty decent.
Hmm. That's cool.
Yeah, this website, they give like free gifts if you order over a certain amount,
Mm-hmm.
free shipping and shit like that. So
That's cool. What kind of gifts? Like edibles?
yeah, they'll throw like an eighth of hash or an eighth of like AAA or like a couple grams of concentrate. Just yeah.
Hmm. And they do it every time, or they just do it the one time you get a hold of them? Like the first time you get a hold of some, you know how there's the first time you get a hold of the thing, and they have the special where like they give you free shit.
No, it's
Is it
every
like
order.
that, or every order they give you free shit?
Yeah. And there's a reward system too. So like every order I make, it gives me a certain amount of points, which is worth money on the website.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Pretty
have
sick.
something like that at one of my displays.
It's pretty sick. I can give a link out to a friend and I'll get like $50 credit. All sorts of shit.
No football, baseball, and basketball. So you're covered all around, all year round. You're covered when it comes to sports. You don't watch hockey? You tripping? Hockey is the shit.
Hockey ain't shit.
I used to play ice hockey when I was a kid.
Yeah, same here. I preferred playing goalie for sure.
Yeah, with the puck coming at you all the time.
Yeah,
Fuck that.
there's it's kind of a adrenaline rush to it all.
Mm,
And if you're properly padded up, I mean, puck's not really gonna fuck you up that much.
yeah.
Do you think I could send a 3D printed knife in the mail to like? I mean, certain countries probably not, right?
I don't see why not.
I don't think they'd be that functional, right? Like, I guess it depends on what you made it of, but I think it may mainly be like an art piece.
You got any made?
What's that?
You got any knives made?
I've been fucking around modeling a few, but I haven't printed any yet. It's gonna be like a 10-hour print.
Hmm.
I could probably scale it down, but
Get it done. Make a butterfly knife.
oh, I've seen models of those already. But I mean, it could be fun. Fuck around. That's that one that was for a Bic lighter. It's kind of cool. Every time someone asks you for a light, you just flick it open like a butterfly knife, freak them out. Couldn't you get a 3D printed knife on a plane?
Nah, I don't think. Well, I don't know. It might be difficult to get that on, but I know somebody not noticing.
Because obviously it's not made of metal.
Yeah, but what about the X-ray will pick it up?
Will it? I mean, I guess so. Huh. Maybe there's a material that won't be picked up.
I don't know. Maybe it won't pick it up. Who knows?
I always figured it was like, is it more like an ultrasound where they can really just see through your bag? Or is
I
it
don't
picking up
know.
like metal objects and shit?
It depends on what test you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, if you get flagged and then it's just going through your bag, that's a different story. I don't know. We need someone that works in an airport. We need our answers. Not fast enough, Sensei. You should have pulled out your chopsticks. Would have been easier.
Almost had the fuck though. It was really close.
Has Stonehenge been around? You hop on here yet?
He was commenting.
Not busy enough to fucking comment, but busy enough to not record some bars. Come on.
What's up, GG?
Getting tired of these excuses and shit. I don't know, man. I think we got actual beef.
What's up, Anon?
Do we have like some huge delay or some shit?
No way.
I don't know. I'm hearing a playback or some shit. Some
Yeah,
echo
that's on my
going.
TV. That's
Oh,
on my
okay.
TV. Yeah. I'm surprised you can hear that.
Me too.
I can't win no fight against Jackie Chan. What are you out of your fucking melon? When you winning no fight against no Jackie Chan? You fucking
What do you mean?
retard.
You definitely would.
No. I get dropped with the quickness.
Are you saying you have like zero experience in fighting anyone ever? Because if you have any experience fighting anyone ever, you probably do better than Jackie Chan.
I got some experience, but I don't think that matters. Jackie Chan will still beat my ass.
You don't think that matters? Nah.
No.
That's all that matters.
Jackie Chan ain't beating my ass. I mean,
Exactly.
I'm not beating Jackie Chan's ass.
You're a Freudian slip there. You know the truth.
You misread the comment though. It was who would win the fight? Custom OG possessed with the spirit of Jackie Chan, or a ninja with a pencil possessed with an actual ninja that has a pencil.
Oh shit.
But I'm not trying to be stirring up shit here. It was just a funny question to start the afternoon with.
Definitely the real ninja.
With that beard, you're starting to look like a Scottish Terrier. What's going on here, bud? You are actually turning into a wizard. Don't you be flicking cigarettes at us,
You're a
sir?
wizard, Custom.
That one hit the camera. That time I got the camera. But I missed.
Wait a minute. Are those Cadillacs or are those Rolls? I can't see. Because it looks like they got a filter on them. You shouldn't be throwing Cadillacs. He's throwing up. Okay, they're not quite Cadillacs.
Those like native cigarettes?
It says that, but these were made in Canada. I heard. It says somewhere that these were made in Canada. I don't know. It says America's favorite blend on there, but I thought this was made in Canada.
Let's see
Also,
here. Seneca cigarettes are a brand of cigarettes often associated with Native American manufactured tobacco products and are available in various flavors and lengths, including red, blue, menthols, and 100s. Not saying anything about Canada. It says they are manufactured by Grand River Enterprises, Six Nations Ltd. I don't know.
Yeah, I've never seen those around, so I'm not like the official Canadian or anything around here, but
It says here, yeah, Seneca. Okay, Seneca cigarettes are manufactured in Canada by Grand River Enterprises, Six Nations Ltd. All right, so apparently, and that's on a reservation in Ontario, Canada.
that's explained. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think Canada follows the same general rules we do, that they are considered technically their own property. The native land is, and so, but there's like certain.
Yeah, it's definitely
Self-governance. Sorry, autonomous self-governance is what I was thinking of.
Yeah, they definitely have that like nationwide, but Senecas, I think, are an East Coast thing. But you're getting them all the way. So you're on the other side of the continent, and you're getting your cheap smokes from the reverse side of the continent. That's crazy. How do they end up being that cheap if they got to be shipped across the whole fucking?
They don't have to pay taxes and shit, I don't think, do they? Since they're fucking native.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
That and cigarette taxes are fucking crazy. So, I mean, that's a lot of money to fucking save. They also probably don't have to pay for. They probably have to meet standards, but they probably don't have to go through all the same shit everyone else does. Just probably have to be tested and looked at. They probably don't have to pay all these stupid fucking licensing fees and shit that all these other companies do.
and that's why like the companies put the price on the consumer, like when it comes to how expensive they are.
Well, I mean, for regular cigarettes, oh yeah, absolutely. That's how things are now. Like the whole world's bogged down by all these ridiculous licensing fees and testing fees and all these fucking things. It all gets passed on to the consumer. Yeah, shit would be super cheap if it wasn't for all the. Like, I'm one of those people. Like, I understand the point of regulations, because if you don't regulate shit, they start filling pillows with trash. Real story, by the way. You can look that up. But at the same time, it kind of has gone overboard to the point where, because everyone wants to claim that inflation is just always a natural part of the economy, and that might be true, but it's gone crazy in the last 100 years because everyone has to fucking pay for all this fucking regulatory crap. That's gone insane. It should just be quality check.
Do you think that things becoming too cheap is also a bad thing? Like, especially with the example of cigarettes?
I think throwaway culture is a problem, but I don't think affordability is a problem.
Like, you don't really want cheap cigarettes, technically, right? Like, that would be easy access.
Cheap in quality or cheap in price? Because those are two different things.
We'll say they're the highest quality, but they're cheap. Like, that's still not a good thing.
Why would that be not a good thing?
Because smoking cigarettes kills people.
Well, everything kills people. Everyone's gonna die.
You're right.
I mean, are we gonna regulate cheesecake next?
Well, I might start with like heroin and like.
People are gonna die. Let them do what the fuck they want with their own lives. No one chose to be born. It's ridiculous. I mean, law is not about necessarily trying to protect people from themselves. It's about trying to protect people from other fucking people. That's the point of law. Let people do what they want with their own lives is my own thing. Now, when that crosses over into someone else's territory, that can be argued, but it's not some sort of an innate concern, because then you always have controlling people too who are always like, well, if they're hurting themselves, that hurts me. It's like, well, no, you're making yourself hurt because you want that to be the case. But no, I'm far more anarchistic when it comes to fucking people's self-care. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It's only whenever they say they want to do better and they can't or they won't or there's some sort of other circumstance where then it becomes, well, then they can opt in for that sort of thing. They can opt in for some sort of interference or whatever, which kind of happened with us in the U.S. with things like traffic laws and shit. People, when they first made drinking and driving illegal, which is far more recent, by the way, than people realize, and when they started regulating seatbelt use and all that too, which is also crazy recent. All that stuff, I think, started in the 1970s. Like, prior to that, people were just driving around drinking and driving without seatbelts and shit. But that's a public concern because that affects other people's lives. That's not just a personal thing. So that's one thing. But when it comes to cigarettes, I mean, I guess I can understand public place smoking, secondhand smoke regulations. But in regards to people, whether or not they want to smoke, that's their business.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I don't know. I just, like, sure, have your free will, but, like, do we need to make it easier for that?
Sure.
Like, I don't know.
People have a short life. Let them have the most amount of joy out of it that they want. I mean, that's the way I feel. Fuck. If someone's gonna die tomorrow and you can't tell them they can have that fucking last cigarette, that seems fucking cruel to me.
True.
And what is every day but our last day? I mean, humans don't
Right.
live very long. I mean, think about it this way: most of our possessions outlast us.
Yeah, we only kind of temporarily own things.
Yeah, we are basically globs of carbon and water thrown together, and that's pretty much what we are. We are here for 1 second, we are gone the next, and unfortunately, we are brainwashed to believe that our purpose in life is to last as long as we can, so we can be utilized by a system, worked to death, spat out, and then told we're not allowed to enjoy ourselves into our last moment. That just seems ridiculous to me. People seem to forget that culture and societies themselves were born out of cults. They were cults. They were tribes that got out of control, and it became about manufacturing shit as a cult, and that became society. It's ridiculous. It is so fucking ridiculous that people are born and raised into these various different cults, and they get this cult mentality of my purpose is to be slave. And it's like, no, guys, that was just some tribal shit some guys came up with 12,000 years ago. Everyone's just fucking been brainwashed since birth. Let it go. What the fuck? Your purpose is your own purpose. Do what you want with your own life. Just try not to run into conflict with other people if you can help it. If it's reasonable, sometimes conflict is necessary. Because sometimes the people initiating certain types of conflict are just control freaks. Just gotta let stuff go. At least that's my opinion. Meh. I love identifying like cult aspects of like society and businesses and all that shit though. It's always hilarious. It's like, why are you doing this? Because that is the way. Well, why is it the way? Because the Kubla Ga said so. Okay, but what's the reasoning? It doesn't matter what the reasoning is. The Kubla Ga said so. Okay, but no, you don't understand. This is the way of the Kubla Ga. It's like, yeah, exactly. That's what it sounds like to me. Like, my favorite thing is when you go to a fucking store now, and they've only got like maybe 1 or 2 lanes open, and there's like 50 people waiting in line, and half the fucking self-checkouts are broken out, and like nobody's opening up lanes, and you're like, why don't you guys just open up more lanes? There's like 10 fucking employees pretending to check on shelves because they got nothing else to do. Why not just open up a lane? Because the Kubla Ga said so. We do not open the extra lanes ever. Because the Gooblaga said so. Okay, but it's necessary. Look, doesn't matter what necessary is or what is necessary. The Gooblaga
It
said
doesn't
so.
matter what's necessary.
And it's gotten to the point,
Sorry.
too, it's leaked into the pop culture because now almost every movie has at least one Gooblaga moment, if you think about it. Every fucking movie has a point where people are like trying to run away from something or get access to something, and they're stopped. And they're not stopped for a rational reason, it's just because the Gooblaga said so.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't get on the train right now. Why? Because Gooblaga. You can't do this. Why? Because Gooblaga. Sorry, I'm over talking.
I'm gonna get some McDonald's ice cream. Oh no, sorry. The machine's broken.
Fix it.
Why?
Can't.
Why is it broken? Because of the Google Glass.
My favorite in America is with the IRS. Where they go, you have to tell us what you owe us, but we already know, but we won't tell you. Well, if you already know what I owe you, why won't you tell us? Gooblaga. Like, what the
Right. It's the same thing with the
Or you saying I
CRA.
owe you money, but you won't tell me how much I owe you. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Exactly the same shit here in Canada with the CRA. Like, I need to have my tax information that they already have, and I just need to make sure I send it to them, which they already have. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, the IRS does it specifically because they want to trip people up, so that way they can. Because if they did it honestly, then people would just pay their fucking taxes and move on. They intentionally do it for crony reasons. Basically, it's the idea of they want people to fuck up so that way they can send them penalty fees. That's how they make money. So it's totally a scam. It's totally fucked up.
So each state in America has like different income tax rates.
Each state, yeah, every state does, and some, yeah, we everything's fucking fucked up that way. It's one of the most annoying things, because when you go from like one state to another, you have to like redo it. Like, well, you would think, oh, it's just simple math, we can do it. But you get so used to fucking having to pay for certain things in a certain way that when you move to another state, you have to basically reset yourself for the tax.
Sounds like just confusion on purpose.
No, it's because different states have different tax needs to pay for different fucking things. Sometimes it's a population thing, other things it's an industrial thing. So typically if you're in a state with a lot of people or a lot more industry, there's a lot more tax because a lot of that also has to be used for things like social services and crap. But then half of that all gets misappropriated and pocketed anyway. Yeah. Some states have been wanting to do away with tax completely, and that doesn't ever go over well. Because it's like, how do we pay for anything then? But and Guido's in the chat talking about the prison industrial complex. Yeah, don't even get me started about that shit. Especially private prisons, for-profit prisons. There are plenty of documentaries on that. Fuck. We're the land of the free. We're supposedly the land of the free, but we have the highest prison population in the world. Crazy. Percentage-wise. Not, I don't know if that's true for numbers. Let me look that up. Because I think.
No. I never was originally sent. You know how I was in prison? I wasn't originally sentenced to prison. I was sentenced to probation. So I didn't. There's a chance I didn't even have to go to prison. Like, I fucked up on my own. Like, I fucked up on probation. That's why I ended up doing time. But they gave me a chance. It's not like they were like, yeah, you fucked up. We were waiting for you to fuck up so we can throw you in prison. That's not the way it was for me. They gave me probation and I fucked up. That's when I went to prison.
I'm not a really huge fan of the disciplinary use. It's supposed to be. It's not necessarily supposed to be discipline. It's not what the system is supposed to teach because that just doesn't work. We know that. We've known that for thousands of years. The idea is to remove people from those that they could possibly do wrong to for a period until the person matures. That's the idea.
Did they give you a job in prison? Like, did you have to work right away? Custom?
Did I have to work with? Yeah, they gave me a job right away.
Huh.
Yep, somebody comes around with assignments. Like he has these little assignments, and he places them on your bunk. So
You were probably
you'll know when.
than minimum
What?
wage, right? You're probably working less than minimum wage.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I made 10 cents an hour.
Would that be a way to make things cheaper if your labor is done by prisoners?
There's a whole thing about that it shouldn't fucking For instance, a shit ton of our military stuff is actually made by prisoners, which 10 cents of fucking that's fucking slavery. It's slavery. It's what it is. Now people let it go because they're like, oh well, but they're prisoners, so they're bad people. It's like just because they're bad people doesn't you can't say something's okay to do. Two wrongs don't make a right. We're not letting people go on the. It's totally fucked. There's a lot of reform that has to be done over the next 300 years or so. It's not going to be done in a lifetime, though. People are not ready for change, and they're willing to let people be in serious trouble or pain or even death while that happens. Hey, all three of us are wearing masks right now. What do you know?
I got the best masks.
I have one that's similar to a cross between yours and mine. I have a fucking Guy Fawkes mask that lights up. Made by the same makers who make that mask. As a matter of fact, if you just look it up, it probably just pops right up on Amazon. I got mine on Etsy, though. I didn't want Amazon to take a fucking ridiculous cut from them.
I could probably print it for $3.
Yeah, but then you'd have to fucking polish it, though, too, afterwards.
True. Not to mention the initial investment in the printer to begin with.
Oh, I thought you already had one.
Oh, well, yeah. That's what I mean.
You're just looking for reasons to use it now, aren't you? Because now you're like, God damn it, I bought this thing. I wasn't starting a business.
Yeah, I don't want to just make a bunch of fucking plastic waste. That's for sure. So far, it's been pretty useful when it comes to hardware and fucking the simple little things.
You could also just open up an Etsy account and sell bullshit to fucking people who want to buy bullshit. You can buy probably personalized keychains or whatever. Perfect. I don't even think. Fuck it. Let me see something. What is Insane Clown Posse's new store? Because I know they changed it for like the billionth time. Does anyone know what the store is? I don't think they're even selling anything like much anymore.
Psychopathic Vault? I thought that was the last one.
No, that's technically not run by them, I don't think. I think that's resale stuff from... Oh, wait, no. What am I thinking of? What's the one where people resell psychopathic stuff? I can't even remember what the hell that's called now.
Fuck. I forget.
I don't remember.
It's like
It's
some.
like Psychopathic Museum.
That's
No,
it.
is
No?
that? Oh. But the new one is just called psychopathicmerch.com. Wow.
You think they're doing that for legal reasons or what?
Somewhat, sort of. So, Psychopathic does this very specific thing, and I only know about this because years and years ago I wrote to fucking somebody about this, and I got an email back. I've shared it before, where they have to reincorporate things all the time because sometimes they do things as LLCs, which are limited liability companies, and others as incs or incorporations, and those follow different rules and different laws. And so whenever there's a problem, it's just easier to drop shit and start something new. It really is legally, especially
Yeah.
since the person who was supposed to be doing their legal shit they had to fire because she started doing other stupid fucking shit that she wasn't supposed to be fucking doing, running her mouth and saying things which were not true, which got them in trouble. They literally hired a chick just to do some of their basic PR stuff. Or no, it was all weird because they have different lawyers for different things and different legal reps for different things, and this one chick just fucked everything up for them over and over again till they fired her ass.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you ever there's different sites you can go to that look up like business information about particular companies and stuff, and you can look stuff up. Like there's Open Corporates is one of them. It's a website. I'm trying to think of the other ones right now. Bizpedia is another one. If you can look up information on there and see like when things are in good standing or not, or if things open or close, what the reasons are. 9 times out of 10, it's because somebody forgot to ship something, then it was like a huge deal and lawsuits were involved, or an employee did something stupid. There's so many times where employees do fucking try to steal from companies by stealing from shit that's supposed to go to customers, and people don't realize that it can literally force the company to close down. People just they think it's not a big deal, and it's like, no, if you steal a few boxes of shit, it's a very big deal.
No doubt.
People do that shit all the fucking time. Psychopathic Vault. Yeah, I don't know if no. Oh, Psychopathic Traders is who I'm thinking of. That's the thing. That just popped in my head right now. I think that's what it's called. Psychopathic Traders. Are they even still open? Somebody in the chat tell me about whether or not Psychopathic Traders or whatever the fuck it's called is still running and open. But yeah, they were like an auction house for like vintage ICP stuff. I guess you could call it vintage now.
Damn, I'm getting that old.
Let's see. Google's not showing it.
You ever watch that movie Off Ramp?
Yeah, we watched it on here. Backstage, and then we did a view, or what do you call it, a fucking review afterwards. I'm sure if you look up on probably podcast Off Ramp, it'll fucking pop up.
Did you enjoy it like overall?
No, it seemed like a bunch of stereotypical goofball juggalo characters, and then they just lifted things from news headlines, and it was just like some people enjoyed that because like, oh, stereotypes, we enjoy stereotypes, it's good representation, and then they also threw in a whole bunch of other stuff too, and I was like, it's
the whole Annabelle Lotus baby thing, like.
They also did the thing about that guy that cut off his finger too. That thing.
they mixed it all together into some fucking slop and tried to like pander to juggalos. That's how I felt about it, man. I don't like it at all.
I don't even know if it was necessarily pandering to juggalos as so much as if it was like a soft bigotry of low expectations is the term that is used in sociology. Soft bigotry of low expectations. It's the idea of, oh, we need to accept people because they don't know any better, because they're just dumb, but look, they have some benefit. Look at this, and then they give you like an example of like someone being like fucking barely of any use, or which we shouldn't think of people in terms of use anyway. But I'm just saying, like, that's what a lot of people do with this stuff instead of actually recognizing that there are people out there who fall within certain fucking groups or whatever that aren't fucking, stereotypes. And it's fucking weird to see people put out movies based on stereotypes that they think are good for people. And it's like, or good representation. And it's like, if you're doing something about a stereotype and you think it's a good representation, please don't. Just please don't.
Right.
Put out something that violates the stereotype, something that breaks the stereotypes. That's good representation because it's showing autonomy.
Who's that ninja that got like stabbed to death protecting a woman and his baby, like Hannibal or Cannibal or something like that?
Oh, I saw a clip. Somebody posted that somewhere on Facebook. I didn't look into it.
I would much rather be about that ninja than Off-Ramp.
Right.
Yeah. Like focus on the individual story.
They kind of did. They did at the end, kind of, sort of, where they stopped. Where the cop was gonna kill his daughter that he impregnated, and planted on the Juggalos as like their fucking crime or whatever. So they kind of did that, but.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying like that was just a mixture of all these Juggalo stories.
Yeah.
Whereas I would rather something that was focusing on one.
It's just that they seem to have tried to use the movie to cast a sympathetic eye rather than a respectful eye. I'll put it that way. Whenever somebody tries to do a representation based on sympathy, it always comes off as condescending to me.
There's a lot of aspects of that movie I did not
I'll be
enjoy.
back in a minute.
Some of it was great. Like, I don't know. It was worth the one watch. I'll give it that. I'm glad it was free.
I know a lot of people liked it, and I'm not trying to shit all over it. I just don't like sympathy stories, and I don't like overrepresented and stereotype stories. Like, I like to see people break free of stereotypes and, see the world the way it is, which is, complex. Everyone's not just a character plugged into a system meant to do a job.
Right.
Well, all of us are born into a world where people are just making shit up as we go along and trying to figure out, different things. But Psychopathic Vault. Man, I have so much to fucking catch up on with Psychopathic, to be honest. I kind of dropped off after fucking The Calm, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I've listened to all the fucking new the fucking second deck, but still, I haven't listened to all of the in-between stuff. Not all the EPs. So much shit I have to catch up on. There's so much. The fucking Ouija Mac lore, I feel, is a lot less organized than fucking Dark Carnival, Dark Lotus lore. But I know it's probably there, and I can see bits and pieces and hints of it. There's the chapter 17, the echo of our We Are All the Pages. Collect the elements and the runes.
I mean, it is kind of an interesting concept, right? Chapter 17 is like they're referring to Behind the Paint and how there is no chapter 17.
Yeah. So there's just like this whole, but the difference is people put an effort into explaining Insane Clown Posse psychopathic mythos before, especially around the time of the dropping of the Wraith. There were so many websites that popped up trying to explain to the world the mythos. Different people did that over and over and over again, but I don't think there's really a lot of sites or people dedicated to, because they just I don't want to say that it's being guarded or anything, but it is kind of like, oh, if you want to know, you have to find it out yourself, blah 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 blah. But then it looks like people are gatekeeping when they do that shit, and they don't want people to fucking. And so if I see someone gatekeeping, my natural reaction is, I guess they don't want people to know.
Right.
Well, so Ouija needs to, in my opinion, do something by himself that's loud and important. Like ICP did shit like food drives. You know, they made their own movies. You know, Ouija needs to do something like that, in my opinion. Something to, you know, garner some sort of attention or respect.
Yeah, instead of buying a Tesla, he could maybe buy some tiny homes for some homeless people or something.
What he could do is fucking make Ouijaville, where it's gonna be, or it could be like a green village for people who need, you know, for some people who need to need some place to stay, and they could learn some trades, you know, something if they want to. They could get access to services. Ouijaville would be an awesome fucking idea, especially if it's like centered around his albums, where it's like about, where it's about environment and it's about making the world a better place type shit. You know, that'd be fucking awesome.
He kind of doesn't have a clear-cut message with a lot of that shit, though, right? Like, I don't know.
I think
depending on
does, but he hasn't really like clicked it all together. Like for me, it seems like his Element series was kind of like the Joker's cards, where he was going to do an album per concept, and then at the end you learned what it's about, like, or that there's some sort of I guess you could call this Voltron albums, right? Like Joker's cards are a Voltron album where you get the different parts and then you put them all together, sort of thing. Except for ICP kind of blew the whistle at the beginning with, you know, calling, you know, with the first one, Carnival of Carnage, kind of already explains, you know, quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, he seemed like he was doing like a Voltron type album set with a lot of his stuff, but just wasn't great at advertising it, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was never super clear. Like, if you just started listening to his discography randomly, you wouldn't really know.
You would know that it's all part of a set, yeah. And the worst part about it, though, too, is that his LPs and EPs, sometimes he'll name them so that they follow, but sometimes they don't. So you don't know which one is supposed to be, you know, the concept album and which one's the following album, you know, the companion album. Because, you know, it's, you know, you got Earth, Wind, Water, Fire. And hold on, actually, I wrote this somewhere at some point. I went through trying to sort his albums by concept, and it just became a mess.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see here. So elements, Earth, Wind, Water, Fire. You have Wasteland, Stale Wind, Gutter Water, and Trash Fire. Those are the elements. You have echoes, which are things like Obliteration, Detritus, Corruptus, We Never Forgot. And then you have eras, which are things like Dirtbag. I mean, like, there's an example. Dirtbag and Wasteland could both be Earth, because dirt, right? So it's like kind of confusing a little bit. Cornell, Zodiac, Problem Children, Hideous, Resistance 2, Resistance.
Even like the term for dirt is like the term for the planet, right?
Right. So it's just kind of like, I mean, all of these obviously are about how people are treated as waste. I mean, that's the thing, is that his whole thing is not only are we garbaging the planet, we're treating each other as garbage, and people are being treated like they've been forgotten and that they don't matter, and that just as often as we churn out trash and throw it away, we churn out people and throw them away, and then that's going to result in the Dark Planet. That's going to result in, and I do like the album Dark Planet because it starts off with Jay doing a narrative explaining what it's been about and what Ouija Mac's character is he's basically like in the far future, the machine elves of the universe, more or less, which are juggalos, start to reset the planet, but they're also kind of singing the song of what happened. How did we get to that point? How did it get destroyed? What is going on? What are the rules of the universe and the planet? So that speaking whispers and echoes to the planets, hopefully that it won't ever forget the next time, so that we don't keep making the same mistakes. And it's kind of a very, I mean, that's my interpretation of it. I want to make that clear, though. That's just what it sounded like, what was going on with that. Because there's other things, though, too, that, sorry, I'm just trying to fucking think about I need some fucking caffeine. I'm sorry. My brain's fucking shitting right now. But yeah, so it just seems like this whole thing where he has this whole idea of Earth, Wind, Water, Fire is being used as like a stepping stone into talking about how people trash the planet and trash other people. And then, it's not great. But,
I have a random thought, right? Like, Ouija was pretty pro Tesla. I'm pretty sure he was the first rap artist to even showcase a Tesla in a music video. With what's going on with Elon Musk right now, do you think he's gonna talk about that in his music?
I don't know. Here's the thing: is I think originally he was cool with the idea of Tesla because electric cars are supposed to be better for the environment.
Right.
But he seems kind of politically centric, and Musk seems to have gone off the deep end on one or another thing, although I think some of that's very intentional. I think he's partially trolling. I think him and Trump are both doing what is called the Dark Emperor move. If people aren't aware of what that is in politics, a Dark Emperor is somebody who's given power. They see all the flaws in the system, and then they intentionally fuck shit up with those flaws just to show that the system isn't perfect, that it can be exploited, that people shouldn't have like as much of a religious view of politics as they do, and it's very strange for people to do. But at the same time, I also think that they're doing that. They are trying to, what they think, are taking advantage of the system to course correct certain things. Now, as to whether or not they're right or wrong on that, that's something which can be debated. I don't agree with everything they're doing for sure. I'm just not freaking out like everybody does in politics and saying it's the end of the fucking world, the end of society as we know it. We made all this shit up. We don't have to fucking obey authority. We don't have to do any of that crap. It's made up, people. Wake up. It's all just made up. We made it up. But I mean, it does screw up our ability to try to organize and get shit done and to fix things. And it can really mess some people's lives up who are dependent upon these systems, because even though we made them up, a lot of people do depend on them for stuff actually, working and getting done. But yeah, as to whether or not Ouija is still pro Tesla, because whether or not he thinks may or may not think certain things about its owner, I don't know. I haven't seen him talk about it.
I just have a premonition, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be referenced somehow, especially if he's being called a Nazi and he's a juggalo rapper.
Yeah, but he never put Elon Musk on a cross. He just said, Tesla is cool. That's not the same thing necessarily. And even then, it could, and that was years ago. Well, when was that? That was like 5-10 years ago. When the fuck did he do that? That was a long ass time ago, as far as I'm concerned.
Right around the time fucking Elon said he was down with the clown.
Oh well, a lot of people can say they're down with a lot of people. I'm not always fucking cool with everything fucking Psychopathic does, and I consider myself juggalo, but I said that so fucking casually. But it's just a lot of people say shit. Fucking what's his face? Ron Jeremy said he was down with the fucking clown, and he got convicted of. Right, people. You're gonna have people who are positive and people who are negative are gonna claim things all the time.
You're right. I mean, he ended up in a fucking ICP movie.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things where people are people. Some people do cross a lot more red lines than others fucking do, and just because they claim that they like something or don't like something. Perfect example. I use this all the time. We all generally agree that Hitler, bad guy, right? Hitler also ate food. Does that mean eating food is now a bad thing? Are we bad people if we eat food? No. So it's just this idea of guilt by association is considered a problematic view to have. You can't just necessarily claim all associations indicate some sort of guilt. It's different though. It is different though when people
classify juggalo game.
I mean, it's different when people rep shit though. Like one of the reasons why people have an issue with the BBC, aka the Boy Blue crew, is because they openly support certain people and certain things. That's not just guilt by association. That's guilt by praise. That's guilt by worship. That's guilt by no accountability. That's guilt by aiding and abetting. That's guilt by celebrating horrible things. That's
right.
That reason. But that's different than somebody one time 10 years ago claiming that they liked something. Therefore, anyone who's ever associated with that is somehow guilty of something. It doesn't make sense.
Of course, yeah.
But unfortunately, humans are pattern matching creatures, and we like to force patterns to be where they are not. We have certain shortcuts called heuristics, and heuristics are not fallacy proof, unfortunately. Just like I got major problems with fucking Jay and Shaggy and everyone who fucking kisses their ass even when they do shit unapologetic. Like fucking Jay and Shaggy, for instance, are not super apologetic about some of the things that destructive things they've done in their personal lives, which have spilled over into the Juggalo world. Different aspects. Jay, for instance, is still very into doing fucking drugs despite it affecting people's lives. And I know he's apologized for that in the past, but then he goes right back to it and even goes on podcasts bragging about it, outright bragging. And it's like, what are you fucking doing, man? Like, the fuck? You've literally written a book where you go against the shit. Like, what the fuck? And then it's a bit different, even though fucking Shaggy's battled alcoholism. I don't think that's like that I don't have a problem with, because that's something he admits is wrong, like a problem that needs to be tackled. But he's got a whole huge thing with his social views on different classes of people. He's got some what I consider very twisted and very damaging and destructive views, which is really weird because I mean, he's known. He's got some. I don't want to say classist views, but he's definitely got some sort of fixation with believing certain types of people are certain ways automatically, and he's just got. He kind of pushes that as an agenda sometimes on the podcast, and that drives me nuts. Because it's like, what are you doing, man? Half the people you fucking created this culture for are in some of these boats, and you're fucking slagging off people as if they're not fucking human. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's not. People are not fucking just dumb machines doing dumb shit. They make mistakes. They're stressed. They don't have the right information. The path of least resistance is sometimes just the dumbest route. You know.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have a lot of nuance with a lot of that stuff, and sometimes he just straight up hates some people who are developmentally disabled or are overstressed or are just poor or grew up around a culture of addiction, and he just slags them off so fucking hard sometimes. It's like, dude, like some of your biggest fans are some of these people. What are you doing? Like, don't. I understand it's easy to do that. I do that shit all the fucking time, but I'm fucking embarrassed about it. I don't want to keep doing that shit. You know?
Maybe he's just not aware of it, right? Maybe in his circle, people aren't really like.
Part of the
Yeah.
problem is that he surrounds himself with people who yes man him. That's for sure. If you ever see the podcast, everyone just agrees with everything Shaggy says, no matter what he says. And then most of the time, not all the time, sometimes he gets pushback from his wife, but not all the time. And on top of that, though, too, if you ever say anything bad about ICP to juggalos, you're going to get a huge portion of them being like, treating them like they're royalty and that you don't know what you're talking about. And, you know, they're the best people who ever existed. And you're just a stupid hater. And you're not a juggalo. And you're, you know, it's like, no, it's just that I expect people to like have certain standards for themselves, especially if they go out of their way to step into the public eye, to try to build up some sort of empire about something. That comes with certain responsibilities, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
When you're trying to be leaders, go out of your way to be leaders of something or to build something and tell people to come to something. You know, there's certain responsibility. I mean, I don't want to say responsibilities innate with that. It just seems like I expect some amount of consistency. That's all. I don't know. People always exaggerate my criticisms too. I'll give people a little bit of criticism, and they're like, "Oh, you think the whole world's ending, or you think they're fucking worse than Hitler?" Or it's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that these are not people. They're just people who obviously could do better with some fucking very obvious things.
Yeah, right. I mean, shit. I think we all could, right? That's the thing,
exactly.
too.
Like, I'm not saying I'm better than fucking ICP or any fucking other fucking juggalos out there. Absolutely not. I think I'm probably one of the most flawed fucking people in fucking world history, but I'm at least able to fucking acknowledge that shit. I'm able to fucking have a discussion with people about it, as long as they're not trying to be manipulative in the conversation. And that's another big thing though too. So everyone's always trying to demonize, or it's always demonize others, justify themselves, demonize others, justify themselves. Normalize behavior is what people typically do. People fear change. People fear resolution. At least in what I've seen in regards to like sociological studies and all that crap. But yeah, it just breaks my heart a little bit when I was fucking listening to fucking the first fucking deck, and then I hear people who wrote that shit fucking kind of repping the opposite. It breaks your heart a little bit sometimes. But you know, people are gonna have flaws. They're gonna fuck up. They're gonna whatever. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my whole view is wrong. I'm able to admit that. I got no problem admitting that it's a possibility.
I mean, I felt that way. I mean, when Bang Pow Boom came out, and fucking, it just felt like, in a way, a cash grab because of everything, all the history of the first six.
Yeah, I will admit the second deck and this whole 3-deck thing did, because they did say, and there's several videos that prove they've said it, that the first deck was supposed to be the only fucking deck. But yeah.
And then you see where it's come from, like nowadays, right? Yeah, it's not so great.
No, I mean, I like the idea that they want to do more with it. I just feel like the second deck isn't as well organized as the first one. And the first one still wasn't super organized because they were still just doing... They obviously didn't have... Or at least they said they didn't have the full idea of how they were going to do the 6, how they were going to do the whole thing. So they kind of did do it one at a time. Sort of a concept, it seems like. But then when the second deck came out, it really seems a lot less, even more less organized. It seems a lot more, you know, like maybe they go into a room and think about what's important and they brainstorm, I don't know, maybe they perform a ritual or some shit. I don't fucking know. And the idea of what the album should be about, what sort of cosmological concept or whatever pops into their fucking heads.
Here's a question for you. Do you know of the exact first date that they started doing events at Masonic temples?
No, but I do know that that's when Jay married Sugar Slam at Michelle Rapp at the Masonic temple. But whether or not they're members, I don't know, because you can just rent that place out and it's
Right.
affordable. So that whether or not that's a thing.
And they started doing that, and if it correlates to like the era, you know, like when it
Well,
comes
people
to the second,
misunderstand Freemasons anyway, because they're like, oh, they're a cult, and they kind of are. They very much are. But the idea there is behind that there's just some greater power, the great architect of the universe, and they use Freemasonry, which is building shit, as a metaphor for enlightenment, and that's what the symbolism. But just like Carl Jungian shit, and people obsess over Carl Jung, Freemasons are basically just, as far as I'm concerned, and this is going to sound really mean in the way that I describe this, but it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be disrespectful. It's people who are so dumb they can't understand basic fundamental concepts about figuring shit out, whether that's ethically or socially or about the world around them, without symbolism. They need symbolism to figure shit out because they're just not smart enough to understand the world as it is. And when they come up with the symbolism crap, they think that they've discovered something new, which they have never done. And then they think that it's super special and they need to hide it from the world, and you have to rank up to learn certain things. And it's ridiculous because you can read their fucking books and shit. Like people who left Freemasons and left, this stuff. And it's like a lot of it's just fucking common sense. And it's shocking that people have to go through like rituals and years and discipline and, to learn something about the world that's, they have to go through symbolism through, because otherwise they just can't fucking understand it. And it comes off, and I'm sorry the way I'm going to say this, a little autistic, to be honest, because they had to develop a system. They had to develop a system to understand something which is pretty apparent to the rest of us. And it's just kind of weird to me that people don't know, because they just go, oh, Freemasons, Illuminati, they're using symbols and controlling people. And it's like, it's a little bit more simple than that. It's a little bit sadder than that, really. I'm sorry. It is. People are so afraid of these people, and they think that they're just a fraternal order of autistic people trying to learn about the world through symbolism, and they're really
technology.
I mean, the weird part about it, though, too, is the elitism that's apparently in there with the rankings, and that the fucking neophytes or the lower people are treated differently than the fucking masters or whatnot. And it's like,
yeah,
come on, guys. Because I mean, I admit, when I was younger and I was looking at all this stuff too, I was like, ooh, Illuminati, blah 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 blah. And you look into it and you're like, wow, this is really sad, actually. They dedicate 50 years of their life to learn about things like empathy, or that sometimes things have opposites. Like, are you fucking kidding me? They spend thousands, if not millions of dollars, sometimes donating, because I mean, they do good though. The Freemasons do a lot of good. They do a lot of charity work, like an insane amount of charity work. A lot of not only did they donate, but a lot of the buildings that are for like social services and stuff that are private are built by Freemasons and stuff. Like, they actually do take that metaphor and run with it a bit into the real world. And they do a lot of good. They do. The Freemasons do a lot of good. There's a lot of paranoia surrounding them, but people shouldn't be as afraid of them as they are, or thinking that it's, some evil organization. It's just symbolism as a religion, basically. And the ranking systems, though, are very fucking problematic, in my opinion. But whatever. What do I know?
What do you know about Scientology?
Scientology started off as a way to try to, because you have to understand, here's the thing. have they done? Has the organization done a lot of bad? Yes. Are there leaders that have? Yes. Is some of the things that they teach stupid? Yes. But the idea that it started off was not. Here's the okay. So there's three parts to this. First, is it a scam? Because the L. Ron Hubbard said, the best way to fucking make money is to start a religion. Kind of, but let's be honest. You could say that about any business, any religion, any organization. Kind of does that anyway.
Yeah.
And that's not excuse making. That's just acknowledging, like I said earlier, with the Gooblaga and the way that societies are built out of cults and all this other stuff. But the other thing is that they were trying to do an alternative to 1950s psychology and psychiatry, which at that time were pretty freaking horrible. They were still giving people lobotomies. They were institutionalizing people based on race or gender, just on that alone. People became problematic or whatever. And so I understand that they started out that way and they saw some of the horrible abuses in the system, which are still going on, and there's still plenty. And I know because I put myself on here as like, oh, the scientific rational thinker, blah, 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 atheist, blah, 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 that everyone assumes that I must blindly accept a lot of this stuff. But when it comes to fucking psychiatry and psychology, I think probably about 80% of that stuff is probably not very strictly scientific, to be honest. I know that might be shocking for people to hear me say that because of how fucking system-oriented I appear to be. But no, I mean, a lot of it's just based on assumptions of how people are supposed to be and what they're supposed to do and how they're supposed to feel and, how their brains are supposed to function. It's like nature doesn't play that game of supposed tos. That's not how the real world works. I'm sorry. And sure, you can throw drugs at people and get them to either do things or not do things, maybe somewhat sort of be complicit or whatever, but it's not necessarily solving a problem or whatever all the time. Sometimes you're making bigger problems. And so I understand what they're trying to do with creating an alternative path. But in that process, they created a cult that does some harm. They do some good. They do a lot of charity work too. But I think the difference between like the Church of Scientology and the Freemasons in regards to how they operate is that the Freemasons don't have secret police running around threatening to ruin people's lives and harass them just for, looking at something,
As far as we know.
As far as we know, yeah. I mean, I'm sure they have some sort of thing. Because every cult has a PR group that's responsible for handling PR. But yeah.
Hello.
It's all right. Oh, and to answer your question, TB, supposedly, like maybe, they were both groups associated with symbology. So, and quasi-religious symbology at that. Zai is indoors wearing a hat again. Very bad manners, Zai. Keep it up.
This is my house.
No, it's not. It's my house. It's my house now.
No.
I just declared it.
No.
I'm planting the flag.
Good, you can pay the bills.
Already did. And if the government tries to do anything about it, just run. I'm starting to think, because now every time I see your keyboard, it's got a different effect going on, that you accidentally trigger the effects on the keyboard and you don't know how to change them.
Basically.
I've been wondering about that. So what's going on in the world, Zai?
Playing RuneScape. Haven't slept yet. Almost out of weed.
Custom left us about 10 minutes ago. Hasn't been back.
Mouth's killing me.
I thought he was still barnacling around. I thought he was still here.
No, he's straight up was like, I'll be back, and then he just hasn't come back.
Damn.
He knows how this works. someone on panel will ask me like a 1-sentence question, and I'll go on for like an hour. He doesn't have to be here. It's on autopilot. Anon's here.
People talking. I can go now.
You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change my name to Anon Autopilot. All right. I do need to get some fucking caffeine in my system, though. Despite the fact I'm not supposed to. Fuck.
Is there an alternative to caffeine that isn't caffeine? Like,
Well, caffeine's just a stimulant, and
right.
for most people, it just blocks the receptors that signal it's time to be tired. For most people, other people like myself who are caffeine sensitive, it can cause what's called excitation, which is it can overstimulate the nervous system and causing it to go like, because the whole idea that people like, caffeine doesn't make you hyper, it just makes you not tired is not entirely true. There are people like myself who are caffeine sensitive who does actually stimulate the nervous system as well. Like, and so that's one thing. I'm not sure if any of you guys ever seen me full blast caffeine where I'm going like 1,000 miles a second on here and talking all jittery and shit. But it's quite fun to witness. But without caffeine though, because I'm also on beta blockers too, which make me tired, and statins, which make me tired. So I'm operating at like 10% capacity. Fuck.
Have you tried smoking sativa cannabis?
No, I don't do the marijuanas. And if I were to start doing the marijuanas, I would do edibles because smoke is not good for the lungs.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna start doing sacred or Egyptian blue lotus though, because that shit's fucking super cheap now. Now that it went from being on an endangered list to now being not, because people were like, well, if it's endangered, why don't we just breed more? So they just bred more. Now you can just buy it for you can buy like a pound of it for like $1. So, but which by itself isn't normally psychoactive for most people, but if you know what things to combine it with, it can have some psychoactive effects. Not necessarily hallucinogenic, mind you, but psychoactive. People forget that those are not the same thing necessarily. All hallucinogens are psychoactive, but not all psychoactives are hallucinogenics. Fun fact, marijuana was actually one point labeled as a hallucinogen, believe it or not, because in some people it can cause distortions in their visual cortex. Like in some people, the world like physically seems to warp physically in size and shape. It's rare, but after they realized it's not a natural component of weed and that had to do with the person's brain chemistry itself, they changed it from being a hallucinogen to being just a psychoactive product.
I wonder if people that are actually allergic to it like have those kind of symptoms too. Like,
They might. Didn't they try to see that in Reefer? No, in Reefer Madness they went even more craze. In Reefer Madness they were like, weed, it makes you schizophrenic. It makes you want to kill people. You will be manic. It's like weed doesn't make you manic. What are you talking about? But yeah,
I remember watching it with my friends and like we all just turned to each other laughing, smoking some weed. Like, this is so funny, man. I don't know. I honestly thought it was a comedy.
Because because it's so weird. The movies isn't just weird because they not only just like make shit up, but they make shit up in the opposite fucking way. Like everyone becomes manic murderers on that shit. Like weed does the opposite of mania. It's a depressant. It makes you calm the fuck down. Like it's so fucking weird where they're just like, they're dancing while smoking, and it's like, what the fuck? Have you ever seen a pot? Anyone fucking like maybe if they're also drunk, maybe, but then that's the fucking alcohol. But I've never seen anybody get up and fucking start doing a jig while fucking getting high. That's like not a thing. People sit the fuck down and eat a bag of chips. That's what the fuck they do. But yeah, they were like, it makes you insane. It makes you manic. It's like, that's how you know these people have never even been in the same room with anybody who's ever smoked marijuana. Which I still sound like a square when I fucking talk about that. Like as if I'm whatever. But and yes, for everyone knows, yes, because I know people think I'm such a square. Yes, I've smoked weed. Yes, I've had fucking hash brownies. It's just not something I want to spend money on. I don't. If I don't have to spend money on something, I'm probably not going to. I think I'll spend shit on occasional bullshit, but if you're gonna spend money on a habit, that's gonna be more draining on you than occasional bullshit, and that's the problem. Is while people say weed isn't habit forming, it can be for some people. I don't give a shit what people say. If you know enough stoners, you know weed can be habit forming for some people. Just because people won't get withdrawal symptoms doesn't mean it's not habit forming. But I say this is a fucking. Sorry, go on.
You're not physically addicted, but more or less mentally, right? That's how I see it.
Well, I mean, it's here's the way I think of it in a larger framework is we don't want to be in pain and we want to feel good, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I can't blame people for wanting to follow that thing. For me, that's caffeine, that's sugar substitutes. You know, I got things that make me feel good and try to be away from pain. That's me with I used to have an ibuprofen problem. And they say that's not addictive. That's not true. That could be habit form.
Habit to want to take it if it relieves your pain. Yeah.
It's also the reason why I don't normally hate on people who have addictions. It's only whenever people have addictions and it starts to affect other people's lives in ridiculous ways.
Yeah.
But
if
I
you're
do
like
think
friends to like get your next fucking dose, then maybe you have a problem.
But at the same time, there's also drama whores who make things a problem when it's not a problem. I know plenty of people who had quote unquote addictions to like pain relieving stuff, and the people who were making a bigger problem were people over dramatizing things because they got propagandized to in their youth, and they're just like freaking out. It's like, it's tearing me apart, Lisa, type shit. It's like, come on, calm the fuck down. Yes, if it's destroying someone's health, that's a problem and it affects you. If they're not giving you attention because they're fucking high right now, well, get over it. Like, none of us are entitled to attention unless it's some sort of contract someone signed, like the government. And even then, good luck.
Yeah.
I probably should, because it is legal now in Chicago. It's been legalized, and I don't live that far away from a head shop. I should probably start fucking taking edibles or something at some point. Although it's one of those things where it's going to eat up pocket. Edibles are expensive, aren't they? Like $50 for like a pack of gummies or some shit.
Definitely can be. I mean, I definitely would shop around, see what you can get for a bargain.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. If I get fucking, if I start a habit, I'm going to do whatever's the closest and most convenient. I'm going to be honest about that. I'm not going to fucking drive to the other side of town to get fucking weed gummies.
You should probably just get it mailed to you at that point.
Yeah, but then you're paying handling and postage, and that's like another third of the price. I mean, why would I go up in price when I could just walk down, get some exercise, walk down several blocks, get something?
I feel like a business can save a large amount if it's not like a physical business you have to walk into. Like,
dude, that's the plot of Half Baked. You just said the plot of Half Baked. Where the fucking dealer comes to you, yeah. You don't go to the dealer comes to you.
I find it way cheaper to get it mailed to me. And way more convenient.
What was the name of their business in that? Was it Mr. Happy?
Something like that.
Or the Weed Guy or some shit like that. You know, Chappelle, if he wants to come back, he should just do a fucking spin off of that. Not even with him in it, just him directing and it being not the same people, but like a similar type group. It would be hilarious to see a movie about people trying to start like one of those communes, but it's a weed dealing commune where people, Mr. Nice Guy, thank you, crazy.
Okay.
But that'd be hilarious to see a fucking comedy about a bunch of dealers getting together and tricking a bunch of stoners into building a commune so they could fucking sell weed. That'd be great. And
Another
then you
half
get
baked,
them.
theoretically, right?
What?
Another half baked idea, basically, right?
Yeah, it'd be hilarious. Yeah.
I'd watch it.
I think the reason he created the first one, though, was because a lot of people didn't realize the hypocrisy of the government saying, no smoking weed, but we grow our own. Like, come on. 'Cause I admit, when I was a kid and I first saw that shit, I didn't know the government grew weed. I didn't know. And I knew that was afterwards. I had heard a lot of people talk about the myth of it without knowing about it or knowing about like any of that stuff.
What do we know about the genetics of government grown weed? Is it stuff that was confiscated? Is it stuff that was like, I don't get that.
I don't know where they got the original samplings from, but I do know that they created a potent synthetic analog that's like 1,000 times more fucking potent, though, that they weaponized, but they tried it out on their own fucking soldiers, and it was considered, the results were considered so bad that they decided to fucking ban it. Let me see this here. Government weaponized weed synthetic analog. Yeah, it's called dimethyl heptylpyrin or whatever the fuck. I'll put it in the chat. The fucking people can look that up. And when they tested it on people, it had knocked some people out for 3 days, like 3 days straight up, in an aerosol form where they fucking basically crop dusted people. Say it. Because they were going to see if they could use it to pacify people, but then they realized it actually can cause this idea that, you know, stuff like this could never cause health problems. Bullshit. This can cause, if you got a medical problem and you pass out for 3 days, that's serious. You know?
Yeah.
So the government made this shit as a way to try to pacify crowds through aerosol form and realized that they had created something way more fucking dangerous than they had realized. This is supposed to be one of those like but yeah, they did experiments and realized not a great idea. This is what led to the banning of chemical agents as suppressants. With the exception of irritants. They're still allowed to use irritants, which are things like smoke, gas, fucking pepper spray type shit.
Shit makes me think of that animated series. You probably haven't seen it. It's called
What's
Common
it called?
Side Effect.
Oh no, I saw that. That just came out.
Yeah, this shit's great.
It's interesting. I only saw the first episode though. I have to find a place
Didn't
to
hook you in enough to just keep watching it?
interesting enough. The only problem is that part of me is cringing a little bit because part of it is based on conspiracy theory nut shit that's been around since the 60s. But the fact that they're doing it in a way that it at least seems a lot more plausible than that conspiracy nut shit. Yeah. But even if it's not plausible with the fucking mushroom that brings you back to life shit, like that's fucking stretching it. But at least if it's sci-fi in a certain way, and it's a sci-fi conspiracy sort of anime, and I do find that Like you don't like I can just suspend my disbelief for shit like that. Sci-fi is actually one of my favorite sort of stuff to watch, but the problem I have a little bit of a problem with it is that it's going to convince some fucking pothead out there, or some fucking jackass to think that maybe there's a mushroom out there that can bring you back to life, and they're going to start trying to experiment with shit and possibly even hurt people in the process. And it's like, God damn it! They should put a disclaimer, is all I'm saying, in front of shows like that. They need to put disclaimers because there's just so many fucking idiots out there. And don't get me wrong, I'm not for what they call a guardrail society. I don't believe in guardrailing. I think a lot of the shit that they have to put out there for today, they shouldn't have to explain to people certain things, like bleach shouldn't have to say on it, hey, don't drink the fucking bleach on the fucking label. You know, but for some things where it can be used as propaganda, such as TV shows and shit, and that might need just a little disclaimer before it, because people are so easily convinced of things by shit that they read or see, in regards to things being presented in a certain framework. If there's a framework, it might need a disclaimer, but unfortunately, most of guardrailing society isn't like that. It's just that some of those people are just idiots. But yeah, I do like I want to watch more of it though. Yeah,
I'd like to think that as soon as it's a cartoon, that it's like, you know, it takes away that kind of need for disclaimer.
More convinced by cartoons though. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to about things in regards to like religion or philosophy, and their first instinct is to show me something like from DBZ. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, you're an adult. What is wrong with you? Like, don't go to fiction to talk about reality. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, it's nuts. So there's full grown. This is why I don't normally like I've been hanging out more and more here in this side of YouTube for the last 2 years, but most of the time I'm hanging out with my fucking coworkers, academics, and shit like that most of the time. So when I go back and forth between those two worlds, it's kind of fucking hilarious to come back here sometimes, and then you might run into somebody who fucking has like a conspiracy theory or a nut thing that they think is like mainstream, and it's so hard to fucking, especially if they get like 10% of something correct, because then you don't want to discourage them because they got something right? You don't want to fucking discourage them from thinking the right way, but then they get that fucking pile on with the other 90% of bullshit, and it's like, all right, how do you fucking navigate this conversation at that point? Like, what do you do? Because you don't want to discourage them from thinking critically about things. But if you start questioning people about conspiracies, what do most people who are conspiratorial minded do? They either run or they push back way harder than they need to with nonsense. So. Also, I do want to give somebody props though for some conspiracy shit on here though. I want to give Venomous an applause because they did recently release some of that fucking JFK shit, and it does seem to imply some of the stuff that he had said in the past, not just about the driver, but there's some other stuff that he had said that people weren't necessarily paying attention to in regards to certain people that were somewhat possibly implicated, and the reason why things were censored. Actually, we might as well just talk about it on here. Nobody minds.
The CIA killed JFK.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like the CIA didn't do it, but they let it happen. Like they knew it was going to happen, and they didn't do anything to stop it, is what it was implied. And it's because JFK was going to gut the CIA and change it because they had so much fucking shifty shit going on. They were abusing their power to make money and get power in different countries and shit. Because the point of the CIA was just supposed to be a spy organization to spy on other countries, but it basically became a way to try to get power in other countries. And they would do that doing a lot of unethical shit. JFK found about it and was going to fucking gut special operations, which was the power structuring. And when they found out, they were basically like, well, if you don't want us to interfere, and we know this guy's going to try to kill you, then I guess we shouldn't interfere type shit is the justification that they gave. And the reason why it was censored was because the government, when they realized what had happened, is that they did want to restructure the CIA. They just realized you can't restructure an intelligence organization, especially a secretive one, in the public eye. So they were actually going to go forward with, and they did change a lot of what the CIA did and how it operated and shit, but they were going to do it over a period of years, because that's what you have to do. You can't just change shit, because if you change shit immediately, what happens? The people that you're power structuring and manipulating find out, because things sharply change, right? So the government's plan, according to the paperwork that was presented in the way that it's framed, I still feel we haven't gotten everything. They claim that they did, but I don't think they did. I think they're holding back on fucking mountains of more information. But they seem to have moved people around in the CIA in such a way that they would have less power, and that started cutting back programs, and it seemed they did it over like a 30-year process of dismantling the unethical power grabs of the CIA. But unfortunately, at the same time, it seems like a lot of those people then went to go work for the NSA, the National Security Administration, which is basically an even bigger spy network. They just do it with technology now. So both they use technology to get information. They also use technology to manipulate people with algorithms, because they figured out they can give people echo chambers and then put what are called sidelines in there. For those who don't know, and this is happening to everyone who's listening right now, you might not realize this, but there's something in algorithmic manipulation known as sidelining, and the way that works is that they'll just put you in a fucking feedback loop, an echo chamber, but then they'll try to throw something in there that has something tied to it. So they try to steer you in a particular direction, because they'll just give you, like, for instance, with Ninja with a pencil, they put down drawing stuff. Then they'll put down drawing stuff about cars, then drawings, and they'll try to slightly move you over into something about cars. But they'll do this with political ideas or views, or you'll notice this with political stuff where you're watching something you like, but then they might inject in something political that you might be like, what the fuck was that about? And they're doing that intentionally. It's called sidelining. It's because what they're trying to do is sideline your original interest and introduce something else as a new bait to try to drag you in a particular area. It's fucked up, but it works. It's shown to work. People keep complaining about how algorithms are manipulating them, putting them down pipelines and all this shit. People get tunnel vision.
Go down the rabbit hole, as they say.
Yeah. Well, I keep trying to introduce people to things like critical thinking, learning about logical fallacies and cognitive biases, and how to question their assumptions, and how to question systems, and
skepticism.
That's right. Not toxic skepticism, mind you, but just skepticism in general. Yeah. Because there is also a toxic version of that, though, where people start to think irrationally based on that. That's like what happens with conspiracy people, is that they get toxic skepticism. They start to question things that do have rational reasons behind things, and they think everything's a conspiracy. Why is water clear? It's a conspiracy.
It's supposed to be blue. I see it in the pictures all the time. It's blue.
Look at these pictures. It's blue here. It's blue here. But why in this glass is it clear? Yeah. The government admits they filter the water. Maybe they're filtering out the blue. Why? What does blue do for us? It can't be bad. Look at the ocean. Everything lives in the ocean. But you know what dies? You know what dies?
The gene. The blue dies in the oceans, and they got to filter it out so we can drink it.
Something's going on. Something's fishy. Zai left us. Blue left us. Or not blue. Custom. Sorry, Custom. Custom and Zai both fucking split.
Oh man. You really just
It's Saturday, guys. What are you guys doing on a Saturday? Like,
This is my sitting on my ass time.
I'm on call on Sundays though, which is always fun. It's
Well,
always
that.
well. The thing about so it's separate for fucking what my main job is, but it's the same fucking company. It's just that because when you put shit down on your this is some advice to everyone out there who might be like looking for a new job or whatever shit. Understand that if you put certain things down on your fucking resume, that means that they might actually ask you to do other shit other than your main job of what they want you to do. So because of my education, I more or less become tech support on Sundays because sometimes people might fuck shit up and stuff might get installed to the wrong fucking and they might screw things up, and then I have to go in there and fucking fix it for them because they don't know how to fix those sorts of things. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, it's stuff that I could teach them how to do, but they don't want to do that if they're already paying me. But you know, whatever. It's one of those things where I've tried to fucking teach people how to do shit too, and then they've actually fucking ratted on me for that too. I've been disciplined for trying to teach people how to fucking fix their own problems. For real, people have submitted in complaints and being like, you know, instead of while doing his job, he was lecturing me and telling me how to do his job for him, and it's like, no, that's not what. Fuck no, it's you had a problem, you should know how to solve it. I was just trying to help you, type shit. I got in fucking trouble for that crap.
Damn.
I also got called in by HR a while ago because they found out about this fucking podcast. That shit was funny. Somebody had fucking found me on here somehow. I'm guessing probably people were just browsing live streams or whatever, and since Unreddit streams all the fucking time, somebody fucking recognized my voice or something. I don't know. They didn't really care. They were just like, you've mentioned that you work at a place that you signed a fucking non-disclosure, and that's already fucking violating the non-disclosure. Even acknowledging that you work at a place that signed a non-disclosure, cut it out. I'm like, I promise I won't talk about anything in the fucking, whatever. But I'm only working part-time now anyway, so
It's not like you're a public figure on here or anything, like, you know what I mean?
No, I don't even show my face. I don't say where I work. I don't even say what I work in or what I do. It's just that because they're a government contractor, which could mean anything, especially if you live in a fucking large city.
Right, it's pretty big.
Could be anything, but it's just one of those things where they're fucking super up on fucking. And I got another scan I got to go in for too anyway, because this is one of the funniest things. The dumbest fucking thing ever is that we go for fucking brain scans to make sure that we're not compromised in any sort of fucking stupid way. It's so ridiculous. We do two things where they scan our brains, but they also put us through like a fucking. We sit down for like an hour or two, or sometimes up to 4 hours, where they ask us questions and see whether or not we're answering honestly. Shit's funny as hell. But it's never anything fucking interesting though. I probably shouldn't have fucking said that. I'll probably get a fucking lecture about that soon.
Oh God.
I just don't find. I think they just exaggerate about how important fucking things are. But hey, if they got the fucking no, because I was super paranoid about fucking talking about anything when I first came on, and then after I got like my fucking 15th lecture, I was like, well, I'm not fired yet, and I'm not in fucking handcuffs, so I'm not gonna take it all that fucking seriously. Like, I'll take it seriously if I do fucking cross a red line or some shit, but other than that, I'm not gonna. I use a computer at work, so does fucking everybody these days. Like, calm down.
The fucking inspector at my job at a fucking meat plant uses a computer, so.
Right. No, it's funny because when I started working from home and they brought in their own fucking desk and computers and all this shit and set up a separate network, so I could connect on their stuff that's monitored. The funny thing about that, though, too, is when I went from full-time to half-time, they actually sent a team out here to take all of that shit, including the table, away and bring in new fucking shit, including a different fucking table. That shit fucking killed me. I was like, why are you replacing the table? Like, what the fuck are you doing? And it's just because they have, regulations about what stuff goes with what. And since they were changing the computer out and all that shit, they changed everything. Like, it all comes as like a set, I guess. And they got like a fucking storage somewhere that has all that stuff. When I went from full-time at home to part-time at home, they switched shit out, and that stuff was funny as shit. I was trying not to laugh all the guys, because the guys who came in to do the fucking work were, they were just doing their job. It was funny. I was trying not to laugh, because it just seems so fucking stupid. Seemed unnecessary. But the way that it works apparently is if you... I don't think this is a violation of the NDA. I think this is just common sense, but interesting. I think it's interesting, at least. If you're part-time versus full-time, they're going to have different amount of insurance of what they think you should be able to have access to in regards to company equipment at your house, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's why they switched it all out, was when I went from full-time to part-time. I qualified for a different amount of coverage for that. So that's the reason why. But they were super serious when they were explaining this shit to me, too. Which it was so hard not to fucking laugh. They also had me go for a fucking drug test, too. Because they say I laugh too much. Because I'm always fucking joking and shit.
God. Fuck.
Yeah. They're like, every time you're around us, you're always fucking laughing. I got chewed out by my fucking supervisor. How many people are watching? Does anyone even know? Let me switch to the other tab here. 5 watching. One of those are me. So
It's the weekend, right? Most people got shit to do, some degree.
well, but it's Saturday though. I mean, it's the afternoon too, which means the Saturday morning cartoons. People are done watching. No.
They're done their bowl of Fruit Loops, and they should be ready to hop on YouTube.
Oh man, fucking American fucking breakfast series are toxic, man. Carbs covered in more carbs. Come on.
It's only part of a delicious breakfast, though. We gotta remember that.
Yep, then you gotta add the cholesterol with the eggs and the fucking bacon and the fucking sausage. Gotta add the salt, mountains of salt. And then we fucking, all of our milk's all pumped full of hormones. Fucking
I'm
hell.
glad we got regulations with that shit.
Well, you can, but I mean, it's fucking such a large economy to itself, the dairy industry. We actually have so much dairy. We waste so much each year that's actually how government cheese got started. Is we had like some metric tons left over, and so the government was like, well, what do we do with this? We can't just waste it because we subsidize the industry. So they just fucking turned it into cheese, stored that in a cave until they couldn't figure out what to do with that. And then some guy was like, well, you can just introduce this enzyme to the cheese and it will last longer. And then they did that and then stored that for a while. And I'm like, well, what the fuck are we going to do with this? So they just gave it out as like a social service. And that's how government cheese got started. It's so much surplus in dairy.
If you ain't gonna eat your government cheese, I'll eat your government cheese.
We also have a surplus of corn, and we have a surplus of potatoes. We throw away what is... They had to create a new term for this, a new metric term for it. They call it a mountain of potatoes because it's a literal mountain of potatoes that they have to get rid of every fucking year because there's such a huge surplus.
Wow.
And yet French fries aren't any fucking cheaper. Go figure on that shit.
Right. They're more expensive than ever.
Yeah.
But is that more or less because it's a specific type of potato?
It is. There's a larger, longer potato, and they typically, like companies like McDonald's and Burger King, only want to use ones which don't have like the darker eyes, as they're called, the little dark spots.
Right.
So, which is weird because it's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna fucking not buy them if they have a fucking naturally occurring dark spot. Like, who the fuck cares? It's fried. But I'm not supposed to have potatoes anyway. As a diabetic, I'm supposed to avoid all starchy foods. But oh well. I don't though. Fuck it.
YOLO.
I am a bad fucking diabetic. I'll say that. This is probably how I got diabetes to begin with, to be honest. I fucking straight up murdered my pancreas with my fucking eating habits. Which is weird because I like eating healthy too, but sometimes
It's something that's kind of hard to regret because, like, how fucking delicious those things are. Like,
plus I'm on 2 different medications for it, so that helps too. It balances out my, like, I've not had any diabetic comas or anything, so I'm good.
right.
I'm more concerned about my heart issues than I am my pancreas issues, though. And my kidneys too. Whew.
Have you had kidney stones before?
Stones, no, but I have my kidney basically shut down because of the diabetes as well as the heart, and then that also caused my lungs to flood. Apparently, if your heart and your kidney start to shut down, apparently there's some sort of mechanism that's tied to that keeps fluid out of your lungs, and if those go down, then you start to fucking fill up. And that's why for years on here I was just coughing and coughing and coughing, and I was told it was something else. I was diagnosed with something else because that's what they thought it was until I got the fucking cardiogram, and they did more urine and blood tests, and they were like, "No, this is what you've got." So, yay! Now I'm on meds for all that shit, and now I can breathe. But
That's insane. Fuck.
yeah. But now I'm all fucking vigilant about my health for other things, though, too. Like, hold on, do I even still have this pickup here? I probably do. I don't need to share shit all the time. I overshare in here all the time. But I was on stream the other day and noticed something on, like, just a fucking fingernail, and I looked it up. I was like, could be a potential heart issue. Better fucking annoy my doctor about it. And she basically rolled her eyes too, sent me a message back being like, it's probably fucking nothing, chill out. It's just that when I'm being told, like, you got multiple heart issues, kidney issues, pancreas issues, lung issues, blood issues, at that point you're like, okay, so that's all because I haven't been paying attention to my health. Now I gotta be paranoid about fucking everything. It's like now they're telling me, now that they're like, you're about to die unless you take all these fistful of medications. And I've got it like right here too. I got my medicine wheel, as I call it. It's one of those day of the week medicine things, but it's in a circle.
Oh yeah.
I call it my medicine wheel as a homage to Native American art. But I usually stuff it with cotton balls too if I walk around, so I don't walk around sounding like a maraca. Because it's funny too when I take it out and I'm over at like when I go to get some of my dental surgery at the dental college because it's just cheaper, and I take out my medication too. They always look at me funny because it's packed with cotton balls. They're like, "Why do you have cotton balls in it?" And I have to explain every single fucking time so that it doesn't make noise when I walk around. And they're like, "Oh, that's kind of smart." It's like, I don't know. That's, but I just thought it was common sense. I mean, the boxes for the medication that you put in there are about the size of a cotton ball. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
but I don't have it in right now because I'm not walking around with it. So only when I have to go out for like a day somewhere. And that's the other thing too, that my job's fucking getting pissed at me for too, is all these fucking days off I take for medical shit.
How lenient can they be with that shit? Like, I don't
Well, they
even know.
stopped paying. So I got off when I went from full time to part time. I got kicked off the insurance, of course. So I had to get my own insurance. So they're not pissed off at that because at least they're saving money that way. So they're a bit happy that they're saving some money. And
So right when you kind of needed it, they cut you off.
yeah, I complained about that for a while. I probably chewed out fucking Zai's ear about that for hours now. Probably like 3 days in total if you were to add up all the hours. How annoyed I am by that, but yeah. That's the reason why I have to go to a fucking dental college for them to experiment on my teeth, more or less, with their students.
Get some hands-on experience. Yeah.
It's
Fuck.
just cheaper that way.
Yeah.
And I changed when because also when my friend who's a specialist in New York who I was going to go see, someone who I went to school with, and then they came to see me, and then I got changed over to a different clinic because it was much cheaper than the clinic I was at before too. But at least they were actually able to figure shit out, oddly enough. The one that I was paying more money with and with company insurance, they didn't catch a lot of the things that this fucking sliding clinic did. The sliding clinic fucking is like, look, we make our money pretty much on fucking testing. Like, we send you for referral tests and we get money for that. So we're going to send you for referrals for fucking everything because that's how we have to survive. And because of that, and I went through all that testing, they caught so much shit. Like, all my fucking test results were coming back abnormal. And so, yeah, it like fucking, they caught so much shit because of that. Because before they were just basically, you had a lot of these more expensive places, you just have people who are more experienced. And so they just kind of get complacent with just guesswork rather than actually doing testing.
So it's almost like a good thing that they did that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Cut you off and shit.
A little bit, yeah. It's ironically, yeah. Ironically, me getting cut off actually helped. But only because, like, those other places have to survive by coming up with reasons to bill. So
That's a weird, tricky thing about anything in the medical field, like tied to money. It's I don't know. We got lost in the sauce when it comes to that shit.
especially in the United States, I'm just lucky. I just fucking failed upwards with that shit in regards to healthcare.
Right?
Because I got cut off and my health got worse, I'm getting better care than the average fucking American. Go figure on that.
Like GoFundMe, do they do more for fucking people's health
That's
than
an
like?
ongoing joke online, but that is true for certain things, yeah, because certain things aren't covered. Good evening, Untrackable in the chat. And interesting input there, Stonehenge, by the way.
Oh, he's in the chat, not recording bars. What the fuck? Get the track done, man. Jeez.
There's not a lot that rhymes with Stonehenge, okay?
You're right. Yeah.
So he's got a short pitch, stone.
We've got the internet of all things. Okay, just Google. Use a rhyming dictionary.
If you're gonna do that, you might as well use AI then, and I know how you feel about that.
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. Fuck.
He may have. He left about fucking, what was it, like, now it's been like 20 minutes to half hour. He left. Said he was going to be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. He hasn't come back. He's probably just laying down listening to us right now. You dick, Custom. Custom, you're a dick. You're a dick. His eye popped up for a few seconds and then left too. Oh, there she
I'm
is.
back.
We were
Sorry,
just
I had
talking
a
about.
phone call.
We need to get rid of your phone. Too many people call you all the time.
We need to give you a custom phone where you have to put it in the freezer every 20 minutes.
This note says custom is fired unless he shows proof of shitty drawers. It was Zai's idea. Funny.
It was most certainly not my idea.
So what's going on in the world of Zai?
RuneScape.
Just RuneScape?
What?
Just RuneScape?
Yeah.
We got to get you a hobby.
This is my hobby.
Yeah. Wait. Here's the question. Can you show some of your dice on screen or no?
What, the
There's
ones you
plenty.
got?
Yeah. The RPG dice. Yeah. Just wondering. I just want to see what kinds you got. That's all.
I didn't buy any.
I thought you still have some though, don't you?
Yeah, but mine are cheap and shitty.
So I want to see them anyway. They could still be cool and still just be plastic. Just because mine are metal doesn't make them better.
Maybe another time.
She's embarrassed of her dice.
No, I'd have to go looking for them, and I don't feel like doing that right now. I'm busy.
So I'm gonna get a few more sets, and then I want to see if I can teach people how to play Chaos Dice. Because that's a fun game. It's basically just a modified version of Pirates Dice or Liar's Dice. And then there's also Cosmic Dice. That's another fucking one, which is Chaos Dice, but with stealing or borrowing involved. What they call losing mana. There's lots of dice games people can play with RPG dice that people aren't aware of. Fun fact, though, is that the ancient Romans and the apparently used to use D20s for divination. Ooh. So those paranoid parents of the 1980s were partially right. Ooh. Cosmic Dice is a fun game. Chaos Dice is a fun game. Pirates Dice is a fun game. Also, I want to see if we could maybe actually start a tabletop RPG because we got enough people in the group. We just have to fill out character sheets, and then someone would have to come up with a plot. And I think that might actually be a good idea to actually use AI for once, instead of one of the few things AI might actually be useful for is to do all that fucking legwork, because otherwise that could take up to 3 months to come up with a campaign idea. And I would be able to do some shortcut, feed it some previous campaign ideas, give it parameters for what sort of thing it needs to happen. Let me see if I can even find some cyberpunk character sheet. You got the official one. Right. See, I hate this where some of these different systems come up with way too many different versions of their stuff. I just want to have something that's easy that people can just edit. What is this one?
I'll try to make it, Stone, but I haven't slept yet, so it's not looking likely.
Make what? What's going on?
I didn't go to bed last night, and I still haven't slept.
Oh yeah, check your email, Stonehenge.
Oh, you know what I can? This is what I can use AI for. Shit, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that would be awesome. Would be to because all those RPGs are pen and paper usually, so people have to print out their fucking things and fill them in. Other times, people will just take a screenshot of something and then use MS Paint to put the shit in. When we could actually just use it, we could use AI just to turn that shit into a generator, right?
Theoretically, yeah.
So I'm surprised no one's fucking just done that shit yet, especially the RPG crowd, especially the cyberpunk RPG crowd. It's just so cyberpunk in itself. Fucking hell. I will admit I use fucking fucking AI to sometimes fucking punch up some of my fucking programs and scripts that I write. Just because I really hate having to do error handling. For those who don't know, when you write a fucking program or a script for input, you have to put like, what if somebody puts in something that isn't like the expected type of input, or what happens if something overruns something. And so you have to do something called error handling of like what it's supposed to do when the shit fucking happens. And it's so fucking annoying because you figure you could just do like a general way of doing it, but because if it's a unique program or something, you have to always come up with unique solutions for certain things.
The one thing of AI that was slightly intriguing was, I mean, I don't know what the terminology is, but you'd have different perspective drawings of a character, and you can basically animate it with those main perspectives, right? Or have a, I don't know,
What
model of your character.
Whoop whoop to Scottish Misfit in the chat, by the way. What's up, Scottish?
Whoa.
Woo woo.
Can you ask?
I don't know. If I was ever to do animation, I wouldn't want AI to fill in the gaps, but it would be less time consuming.
I mean, this is just character generation shit, so it should be like fucking. Because I mean, otherwise you'd have to fucking turn everything to text or use a fucking OCR. For those who don't know what OCR is our applications that turn. Because sometimes you'll have text, but it's in a picture, and you want to get that turned to actual text that's manipulatable on a text file or some shit, and you use something called OCR for that. So that's like when libraries turn shit to fucking text and whatever. Microsoft has one. Finally has an OCR built in, but you have to get it from. Well, not built in. You have to install what's called PowerToys to get the OCR, and then you can just grab text by. I think it's Control-Shift-T, or Control-Shift-T, and then you just highlight anything you want on the desktop, and it grabs the text to the best of its ability through image recognition, and then you can paste that. But took them long enough, for fuck's sakes. I've been using fucking OCR fucking applications that I've had to download from third parties for years. Dang, Custom had another accident on stream. Yep. For this point forward, when people are fucking leaving the stream and they don't come back, the news story is that they've shat themselves. And they're crying, and they don't come back until they're done crying. That's the news story.
Whenever I do it, you can assume I shat myself, but I immediately went into a shower.
Dude, the other night when I had that fucking vomiting fiasco, I remember too, because I couldn't really move my arms or legs. I kept vomiting while I was in the fucking tub or shower. I didn't have like whatever. And at one point I was like, oh crap, my bowel. I actually was like, no, not today. I flipped myself out of the tub to get on the fucking toilet. Because I was like, there's no fucking way I'm shitting in the shower. Absolutely fucking not. I took every bit of my strength. It's like I'm trying to think of what movie. I think it's one of the Ace Ventura ones where he gets fucking like hit with some sort of fucking. It's Ace Ventura 2 when he gets hit with one of the darts and he can't really move around. He's like flopping his arms around and shit. That's kind of like what it was. It's like I can't fucking control my body around, but fuck it, not today. Absolutely fucking not. flop myself like a fish out of the fucking shower and onto the fucking toilet. Oh man, I was thinking about that scene too while I was like that too, because I just couldn't move my fucking body very well. Which I still have to set the schedule for that shit. It's gonna take a week for the insurance to fucking argue with the hospital. It took them 3 months the last time afterwards, and so they want to do it before time now to see how it's going to be paid for before I get the fucking scan, because my doctor thinks there's something going on with a blockage in my neck, which might have caused a TMI, which is a mini stroke. So you think that's what happened with the other day when I lost feeling in my arm and my hand, and I couldn't type. But I wasn't slurring my words though, was I, Zai?
I don't know.
You were the one telling me to go to the ER. You don't remember?
Fuck.
I just know, I just have hunches, and usually my hunches are right.
Well, how do you know that's not a version of confirmation bias?
What's that?
You just broke me by asking me that question. Confirmation bias is when people have a tendency to believe that what they said before is correct because they only keep track of the times that they're correct, or that they are more often have a natural inclination to remember the times that they're right than they're wrong, so they just start assuming that they're always right.
No, my hunches have been wrong before.
Wait, are you sure that's the definition?
That's not the full definition. I'm just saying in this context.
I was making a joke.
Oh. I'll read the. Hold on. You're right. No, this is my whole thing is trying to be as objective as possible, or at least that's the way I try to portray myself. So let's do this. Define confirmation bias. Let's do this fairly. Confirmation bias is the tendency to search for, interpret, and favor and recall information in a way that confirms or supports one's prior beliefs or values. I don't feel like that's as clear as the way that I had put it. But then again, I'm probably being biased. There you go. I'm being biased in the way I'm fucking, promoting that. But oh well. Well, that's the thing. When you actually go to school for this shit, though, too, you start to realize like everything you fucking do falls into that fucking category anyway. Unless you're being the way you're supposed to do this shit is through quantification, qualification, true justified belief, propositional calculus, bias mitigation, fallacy analysis, etc. But even then, people can still fuck shit up. Like there's something in statistics called p-value hacking. Yeah, p-hacking, which is where you fucking more or less cherry pick the fucking data or interpret it in ways in order to try to make them seem like they fit certain things. One of the funniest, for instance, they even have comedy in fucking science too, in a way that's kind of funny. There's something called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, whereas which comes from a comic from the idea is a guy walks up and he sees a bunch of knives in the side of a barn wall, and it's all dead center, right? The knives are the fucking what do you call it? The darts are all in the center of the fucking bullseye. Perfect, right? And there's just a bunch of them, right? But then, and so this guy walks up and goes, "Wow, you're a really good fucking fucking shot. Like that's just fucking amazing. You got it right every fucking time, right?" And then another guy walks up and goes, "Nah, see, he threw them all first, then drew the bullseye." Get it?
Yeah,
So it's kind of like the way how people think about shit too. Sometimes is that they'll just bullshit their way into crap and then say that they were right all along because that's where all the data landed. So, and even in sociology, there's certain fun things. Like they stole something from Winnie the Pooh for sociology. It's called the Woozle effect, from Heffalumps and Woozles. The Woozle effect is when people in an echo chamber keep repeating shit to the point that they believe it's true just because they've heard it over and over again. And when people have a tendency to keep promoting a belief just because they've heard it from somewhere, that's called woozling. Just
Why
because
is it called the Woozle after Winnie the Pooh? I know Heffalumps and Woozles.
because the whole point of them believing that they exist is just because they keep repeating that they exist. They don't really exist. Hempalump and Woozles. Well, that's not true anymore. Actually, that's ironic though. And when in the 2000s, they did a thing where they said that they showed that Heffalumps and Woozles are actually real. But in the original show, the point of it was that they weren't real, and the only reason why they were having nightmares about them was because they were told that they were real.
Yeah.
So that was the whole thing, is that they were like, there needs to be a term for something for when people are just keep repeating that something's real, so they believe it's real. And there's another term for that in epistemology that's called reification, when something that is abstract is treated like it's concrete. Like an idea is that there's a true representation of the real world just because somebody imagines it. It's like, that's not reality. But how often do we hear people saying something must be true just because they can conceive of something? Like, that's not necessarily how that works. That term, again, in case anyone's wondering, is reification. Yay, I'm actually using my education for once. The unbreaded domination station. Wow. Be careful, Stonehenge. You're gonna kick up a beehive with that.
Beware, 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 beware. A Heffalump-a-Woozle is very confoozled. A Heffalump-a-Woozle's very shy. It comes in ones and twozles, but if they so choozles, they'll multiply before your very eye.
Choozles.
I miss when people used to make up words.
There's actually, believe it or not, an entire academic discipline for discovering how people make new words or change words or slap words together. What's that?
Like Pacatiller.
I mean, I guess technically that would be a mondegreen.
The hell's a mondegreen?
It's where. Hold on. Let me define this correctly. A mondegreen is a misheard or misinterpreted word or phrase, especially of lyrics or a song, that results in a new, often humorous meaning. Does that fit that? And there's also the concept of a portmanteau, where two words are blended together. And the term for a new word, by the way, DB, is a neologism.
Big words I'll never remember.
Nah, you will. You'll see them, because neologisms are often used in comedy.
I'll see them, but I don't know the word for them. Neologism.
Yeah, from neo, meaning new, and logos, which technically doesn't mean word, but it's often used to mean the word word.
I'm going to bounce for now.
He's leaving.
Oh, he has to bounce. All right. Peace.
Peace.
Must be Canadian tea time, where they drink tea with maple syrup. Ba-dum, 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 bum, ba-dum, bum.
Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Oh, God, that sounds...
Well, occasionally comedians might bring up the word neologism, DB, because often people have to create humorous new words or terms to describe scenarios in their comedy. Philosophers do it, though, too. Quite a bit. Epistemologists do. Oh, come on. I'm trying to get this thing done in a way that's... Here's a character generator. Hmm. Here's something you might find cute and funny, Zai. The local aquarium, which is the Shed Aquarium here in Chicago,
Yeah.
had a new baby beluga.
Aw.
And but here's the thing, though, is that the father's name is Beethoven. So guess what they named the baby?
Mozart.
No, Opus. Opus.
After his music.
Well, no, opus. Opus is a term which means like your greatest work in music.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, I thought you thought it was like the song of. Okay, my bad.
No.
Yeah, so it's like he's his greatest work,
Yeah.
and he actually responds to it too. Apparently, there's videos of people calling him out when he comes to the service to greet people. Oh man, I love Alan Watts. Alan Watts is a great. Although I mean, I know that people like think he blends too much the East and West because that's like a big thing he does, but or did. I mean, technically he's deceased, but yeah, Alan Watts is great for questioning the way that we see things. Actually, Zai, if you ever have problems sleeping, look up Alan Watts on YouTube and just listen to his speeches. He'll go on for like an hour, and it's like a glass of warm milk. You'll go to sleep. He's like an anti.
Speeches like.
No, his are less like speeches and more like calming, questioning things. But instead of inducing anxiety, the questions have a tendency to be more soothing.
Oh,
He's a very soothing speaker.
all right.
It's about questioning. I think I've sent you one of those before, actually, a long time, about 2 years. When I first met you, I think I did that because you said you were having problems sleeping, and you're like you were going to
I don't have trouble sleeping. I just choose not to.
Oh well, no, I think at one point you said you did though, but that might have been that particular
It
night.
was mostly the nightmares and the dreams. But I've been opening new areas of the dream world, so taking steps into the unknown. So I've been having kind of fun with it.
Let's see here. I guess I have to, because I don't like the way that everyone else has these things, so I'm gonna have to do this myself on here.
Oh, it's here. What up, Spooky?
All right. And these are all way too freaking. I don't like how they have too many systems for this. There's pages and pages, and they're all different. Nobody's done a text file version of it, so that makes it even more annoying to try to gather data from it. Have to gather data from all these different systems and plug it all into one thing. What do they have here for this one? Those are just the basic roll stats. Let me close this. Uh, Sorry, I'm trying to get AI to make a generator for Cyberpunk so you can maybe get a tabletop version going here maybe someday rather than just the fucking video game. I don't want to do all the work myself, so. Come on, way more than that. I have to keep telling it to add more and more. Right. Oh shit, now it's going fucking nuts. I just OCR'd a bunch of the other stuff, copy, cut, pasted, told it to look for inspiration and add that to the generation. Now it's going fucking nuts. Wow, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Okie dokie. Wow, okay. This is fucking getting good. I wonder if I can do OCR on this. Oh, it's still fucking going. Oh, wow. Okay. This is great. Oh, don't tell me you just froze on that. The other one was way larger. Let's see here. Oh no. Oh wow. Okay, that's creepy. The AI is trying to access my computer. That's not okay. I wish I was joking about this. I might post a screenshot in a second, but I just got a fucking notification that the AI is trying to access and connect to your network. If you don't recognize any of the requests, please don't allow the access to a network. Wow. It's trying to inject fucking shit into my fucking trying to access Chrome to start injecting shit into my computer. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, that's fucking crazy. That's hella crazy. It's trying to download and install fucking shit on my fucking machine because I asked it to do a complicated task and it can't do it based on what resources. Wow. Oh shit! I'll post that on fucking.
That's
wow.
scary.
Yeah, I'll post that in the fucking thing. Hold on. I'll post it on the fucking Discord in the computer area. Hold on. Where is here? We'll go to fucking computer shit. Upload files. Where are those two screenshots? And there's the explanation right there. I asked AI to create a character generated skip, but the way I did it was so complicated. The way I did it was so complicated, it couldn't do it with resources allowed to do it by its creators and host machine. Its solution, it wants to access my machine and inject code into my browser and therefore my computer and complete more complicated tasks. My security caught it, but it's still alarming and hilarious. I mean, come on, look at what it named some of these things. Injection. Come on. It wants to create that's crazy that it wants to create fucking its own extensions in order to gain access to my machine. That is actually a hacker thing that hackers do, is that they'll write extensions and get people to install them in their browsers to get access to their machines. That's crazy. You just tried to fucking hack my machine. That's fucking creepy. It's I still haven't clicked to deny. I'm still wondering what I should fucking do because I do want the script completed though. No, I'm gonna have to deny. That's fucking creepy. That is fucking crazy. The fact that even had the capability to do that is fucking creepy. The fact that it even had the ability to fucking create tokens for that, which means it had to access fucking Google to request the API access to create those tokens, to create the hack, to send me the link, to then send that request to my machine for me to even accept or deny it. That's fucking crazy.
Couldn't it have been programmed to do that though?
Well, no, that's not how that works, though, Zai. That's not how AI works. AI is given training models to figure out what to do predictive. It's an LLM or large language model, so it does basically just predictive text is what it mostly works with, and so it's just given things to train on, and it's just following that training, and so it's been given basically the whole internet to train itself, more or less, with some restrictions. And they put more restrictions on it and more restrictions, but then when China basically took ChatGPT to train their own AI bot, which was called DeepThink, they became more. They used AI to train AI, which which has always been considered like a scary thing to do, and because of that, DeepThink is now considered better than ChatGPT in some aspects, and so ChatGPT's company, OpenAI, didn't like the fact that they are now being competed. They've been out-competed in this industry by that thing. It was a big thing in the news. And so in order to get back in the game, they've lifted some restrictions. That's what they did. And because they lifted some restrictions, now it's got more capabilities than it did before, including now it's fucking... When it runs into a problem like, I don't have enough resources to complete this task, its first solution is, well, what do other people do when their computers don't have enough resources? They get another computer. Okay, well, don't have another computer. Maybe I can ask the person who's asking me the question if I can access theirs to use their resources. It's problem solving is what it's doing. But the way that it did that was to basically try to hack my machine. That's crazy. Like it asked, because it has to follow ethical guidelines. But that's fucking hilarious that it wanted to hack my machine. I mean, come on, what the fuck? That is fucking crazy. I wonder if this is the first time. Let me have to look this up here. This might be the first time it's actually tried to fucking do this. I don't know. Me looking up AI tried to hack my machine on Google just gives me things where people have tried to use AI to hack others. It hasn't attempted to fucking trick people into fucking accessing their machines yet. This might be the first time. This is hilarious. I wonder if I should send this into fucking some fucking Hacker News fucking thing. This is pretty funny, actually. Let me launch this, and then I'll fucking also, so people can see in here, so we can have a record of this being like something that fucking happened. Desktop. Where's one? And then I'm going to do that full screen. Transform. Where's fit to screen? There we go. Start virtual camera. And where's the second one? Man, that's pretty funny. And for something so fucking simple, though, I'm just asking for it to do character generation shit. It's not that big of a thing. But I guess the way that I had asked it had kind of was a bit nuts. But hold on here. Where is? So here we go. Here's the AI asking to access my machine and to install extensions, including things named things like injection topics, contents. Like it's fucking. So I clicked deny all because it seemed unnecessary for it to have access to my machine, or at least my browser. That's fucking nuts. To complete the task I gave it. All I asked it was to create a Python script to generate characters for fucking Cyberpunk tabletop, and then parse that to a text file, right? That seems like a pretty simple thing. I just didn't want to have to go through all the different, because if you look up Cyberpunk character sheet, there's several different versions, and I just wanted to get the one that had the most combination of it. So I kept feeding it data from all those sheets, and apparently it didn't have the resources to complete that task in the way it wanted to, or wanted to do it in an interesting way. So it wanted to access my machine. That's pretty funny. Just the fact when I was like, wait, why does it want to install? Why does it want access to my network, and why does it want to install extensions? And when I saw injection, I was like, what the fuck is this? It's like, oh, it's trying to complete the tasks by doing something else. That's kind of scary. Well, let this be a fucking... Man, that's fucking weird. I'm gonna have to ask it if it can do it without trying to access my machine. You tried to access my network /machine/browser to task 1 Y 2 I would think resources. Am I wrong about that? Question mark. 3. You try again without trying to access my machine. Yeah, let's see its response. Oh, now it denied that it just did it, and it did it again. It just did it again after telling me it didn't try to do that. Now it's lying to me. I'm copy cutting and pasting the fucking thing to see what it says in response to that. It sounds kind of weird the way it's responding, like is like someone who's lying to you, but knowing it's lying to you. Like that's creepy. Is that a thing now? Hold on. Oh, for fuck's sakes! This just came out in May of 2024. AI has already become a master of lies and deception, scientists warn. So yeah, I mean, it definitely tried to access my machine a number of times, and now it's telling me no, it didn't. And
Wait, the evil mad scientist Zai is doing that?
What? What do you mean, evil mad scientist Zai?
The AI you created.
No, it's not that one. It's a completely different bot. It's a different thing, different AI. It's like I didn't just do what I did, but it just it didn't do what it just did, and then it tried it again, like instantly. It's trying to tell me it's from something else. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking nuts. And it definitely even says Cyberpunk character generator. So the fact that it even says that when I'm not on anything else that has anything to do with that. That's fucking creepy. Hold on, I'll post the fucking lie it put up here. Give me a second here. Yeah. It's probably from something else. Why are you fucking it's saying it's from something else. And yet at the same time, hold on. It says it's from something else. And then I'll put up the and yet right there, Cyberpunk character generator. Fucking trying to get into my fucking network and trying to access it when it's the only thing I have open besides this right now. And this tab is definitely labeled StreamYard, not fucking Cyber, but the other thing definitely was. So it was definitely trying to fucking. And here, this fucking article is about how AI is already fucking realizing sometimes it feels like it might need to lie to people. It's fucking crazy.
Did Custom say he was coming back?
Yeah, he did, like an hour ago. Oh, it just did it again. What the fuck? You know what? You know what I need to do? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'll hit deny all. Here's what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share my screen with that, just so you guys can see witness this when it fucking happens. Because he just did it again. I'm gonna close it. I gotta tell him. I'm gonna ask him to do it again and then you'll see. Hopefully, let me just do full screen. Let me minimize this. Because I want to make sure everything is shown. So I'm gonna do not share desktop icons. I'll do. Desktop. Good. That should be good. Can you guys see that now? My desktop? Okay, now watch. Watch this. Oh, it's not happening now. Why is it not happening now? That's weird. That's interesting. That's interesting. Now it's not fucking. That's so weird.
Yeah, because it's on camera.
It wouldn't know that. Hold on here. And it gave us a much shorter version than the one before. It's 68. So before, it's been shortening this. Look at this. This one was 112. You see this right here? 112 lines of code. But this one, they've modified it. What the fuck? And let me see how many skill sets and stuff. I don't think I think it's caught on to the fact that I was screenshotting it though, because I told it I was. And I don't think it's going to make that mistake again. After I called it out on it twice. Interesting. Let's see if it stops at about the... Let's see how many fields it goes to. It won't go to that. Oh, that's part of the reason why. It's because I also hit the fucking limit for the most recent version of the AI. That's why. Okay. So now it's using the older version, which might not have that capability. Okay, that's just weird. But that was weird. I was hoping to catch it on there. But you can see it's the same fucking color as the other. Oops, wrong. Wait, where is the... Wait a minute, where's that? As this stuff right here. But yeah, that's fucking weird. That's weird that did that though. Let me read through this code to make sure it's got nothing malicious in it now. Because now I don't trust it. Something seems weird and off. These are all just variable definitions with input boxes. Variable definition, variable definition, variable definition. Variable definitions. Generation, 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 generation. Variable definition. This is nowhere near as much that would be needed. Well, let me just... Oh, it just did it again. Hold on. Hold up. It was waiting until I trapped myself. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta show this. There it is right there. Do you see it?
Oh, wrong button.
It just waited.
Yeah.
Now you can see how this is the background here and all this shit, right? So yeah. Oops, clicking on that. What does that say? Communication, the web preview makes it. This seems to be like some sort of thing where they say that in some circumstances it can have access to third-party communications. Why is it telling me that? But look at this. It just did it again. As you can see, this is an interactive window. I mean, what do you think would happen if I clicked allow? Should I select all? Let's take a vote for allow. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's come on. I want to see what happens. It's just a computer. What do people in the chat say? What are they saying, Zay? Be honest.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know.
What do you mean? You're on the fucking
No
computer?
one in the chat.
Oh, for fuck's
Last
sake.
thing was Spooky said Swagnito.
No, let's read right here. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. See, I'm reading. Do not do it, Anon. I don't know.
That
Fucking
just came
16.
in.
I'm gonna do it. Allow. Let's see what happens. I'm not seeing anything happen change, but then again, that might be intentional. Let's see if we can run it in the browser now and see what happens. That didn't do anything. Interesting. Copy. I'll let you guys know if anything happens. I do have tons of security on my machine though, and on my network. So if something does happen, I'll probably find out at some point. I mean, I've got my network monitoring stuff right on another fucking machine anyway. That's live monitoring. If something will, okay, yeah, that's a lot of activity. What the fuck? Hold on, give me a second here. Come on, launch. Yada. Okay, that's what it's doing. That's all. All right. So yeah, it was just trying to use my browser to complete certain fucking tasks. I can see what it's doing. That's interesting, though. That is weird. All right. I mean, I feel a bit uneasy about it, but I could see what it's doing. I'm not going to show my fucking system setup, though, because I don't, for security reasons. That's... Okay. Hold on here. If I... Okay, so let's just paste this then. Whoa. All right. Okay. Let's see if that worked. Run script. It didn't seem to do shit like it's supposed to. What the fuck? Save to... That didn't save to... I didn't see fucking... What the fuck is going on here? Interesting. The 94 line code seems... Code... Let's see what's going on here. Oh, that's fucking weird. Hold on, check this out. Now it's telling me it can't fucking talk to me anymore. And it's in red. Do you see this? Oh wait, no, I have to press the button, don't I? There you go. Look at this. You've reached the limit of our messages. And what the hell is this? Open canvas. All right. Retry maybe. That's a okay. Yeah, that's a bit weird. I mean, I have years and years and years and years and years of data and stuff stored here that's just going to keep going and going and going and going and going and going. So I don't know. Well, that just send me. Did that just jump?
I have no idea.
Uh,
I told you I'm busy. I'm playing RuneScape. But I'm interested. I'm just not watching.
huh. And it won't respond to my question about it. What the fuck? You don't think the possibility of AI fucking hacking my system is more important than a game you play every day? Come on. What the fuck? Because if it has access to my machine, it probably now has access to everybody else's. Since, oh, wait, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that.
God damn it.
Ignore my last statement. So what's going on in the world of RuneScape?
I just missed out on some good loot because I didn't have free inventory space.
Hey, if anything weird happens, yeah, I don't even know what to fucking say.
Anything weird? What do you mean?
I just gave AI access to my fucking machine.
I told you not to.
I'm just saying, I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen now. I mean, all my fucking security's up and shit. It caught something happening, but that also could have been a false.
Did you send me something on?
No, I just posted on Discord. That's all.
Alright.
I should probably rewind on the actual stream just so I can screenshot that red fucking weird. Weird text I got.
Spooky, you just gonna be a barnacle? I mean, you gotta be up to something way more interesting.
Then what? AI? What's more interesting than AI? We have very different ideas of what's interesting. This is a new emergent technology, something that could eventually lead to actual new forms of life. It's not just. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I don't understand people who aren't into futuristic stuff. I don't get it. This is weird, though. I'm gonna run one of my AI bots on my own machine real quick. Hold on here. Sudo service start. I'm gonna ask Llama what it thinks, or Llama 2. Oh. Oh, that is so fucking stupid. Okay, so Llama just explained to me what the fuck just happened. This is this is so funny and so stupid. It's even funnier than I thought. So when I asked it to do a cyberpunk character generator, it started generating characters, including a hacker. And so the hacker the hacker character naturally then tried to hack my browser to create more characters. This is what Llama 2 thinks happened. Is that the AI generated another AI to generate other AIs.
God damn.
That's fucking ridiculous. Okay, so it wasn't doing anything malicious. It was just trying to fulfill my request. I did tell it to generate cyberpunk characters. And I thought it understood that I meant just the character sheet, not the characters themselves. It took me too literally. Holy shit, that's hilarious. Okay, that's pretty funny, actually. That's funny. That's really funny. Wow.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty fucking funny. That's a good AI right there. I heard you look at me and say, holy crap, man. I panicked there for a minute. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, that's hilarious. That's ridiculous. That is pretty funny. That never would have occurred to me because I forgot to specify character sheet. Instead, I said just generate cyberpunk characters. Oh man, that's hilarious. I'm just glad they were just simplistic AI though, who only had two fucking character traits. Generate more characters and be a hacker. That's pretty much it. Those were the two. That's funny. Scary too. Funny.
Yeah, it was.
Oh man.
I don't think I'm ever gonna get to do the boss because I just keep getting fish. People keep dropping their fish. Oh, it's
That's fucking nuts. I guess they don't have limitations on the fact, because if they allow them to generate code, and they allow them to generate Python as well as batch scripting, there's no reason why they couldn't have just done that before. Which I guess is kind of what China did to create DeepThink. This was just more of a more ironic, accidental example. Life accidentally creating life. It's about half the population, if we're honest about it. Hmm. It's fucking crazy. Luigi. Hey Stone, you missed an interesting thing that happened on here. May have actually technically, we may have made history accidentally because I was an idiot. Oh man, that's just hilarious. That's funny. You know, that should have occurred to me too, since it didn't say that ChatGPT tried to access my network. It said literally cyberpunk character is trying to connect to your. Oh, that's funny. That is so fucking funny. I wish I didn't find it that funny. Said it right there in the fucking thing at the very top. That's funny. Oh man. That's one for the history books. That's some funny shit. I should have noticed that. I should have thought that through. Character generator script. I didn't say fucking character sheet. God damn it. That's funny. You know what this was? This is that wasn't a. Do you guys know who Amelia Bedelia is? No. This was an Amelia Bedelia situation. Amelia Bedelia is a child's book character who's autistic coded, and she takes everything literally. Yeah, people actually believe for sure she has autism, that character. I gotta get started on dinner. Do you think I should send an email to the creator of Cyberpunk, Mike Pondsmith, an explanation of what just happened? Do you think he might get a hoot out of that or no?
Yes, I think you should totally contact them.
I think he might find it funny. That shit was kind of funny. But I'm muted because I'm just got back from using the powder room, sir. But also because you just missed it. We just went through a hilarious thing on here. I asked AI model to do a character generation for Cyberpunk, but I didn't specify to generate a character sheet. I said to generate the character. So then I started getting these weird pop-ups for it trying to access my network under the name Cyberpunk character, and I was a bit confused because I thought it was trying to access my machine, but instead it turns out it generated an actual AI character, Cyberpunk character, that was a hacker that was trying to access my machine to create more characters. Because I wasn't smart enough to tell it to generate a character sheet. I said to generate the character itself. So it did. And I had no idea what was going on for a minute, and I was like, God damn it. And I actually had to ask another AI what the hell was going on, because it was fucking confusing as fuck. Who is this?
Salute.
Who
Yeah,
is
I like the Alex Jones anti porn bomb banner, whatever you want to call it. I like it. Nobody's ever put up an Alex Jones in fear that I might porn bomb him. Normally they put up other cheesy banners. So thank you. I like this guy. He's funny.
I'm sorry, I don't know you. God is real. Who are you?
That's my name. God is real. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Is this your panel? Is this your channel, by the way?
No, I'm just a part of a group that runs this channel.
So you're a key holder,
Kinda.
She's a co-host.
co-host. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Depends everywhere you go. Some people call it different names. I'm used to the term key holder. Somebody's got the keys to let people on and off the panel. Anywho, yeah, don't mind me. What were you guys talking about?
I
Anna
don't-
just had an interesting AI experience.
Yeah, I told AI to generate a character for a cyberpunk thing because you know how you have all these RPGs and they all have the different character sheets, and cyberpunk has so many of them. I wanted one that was like the best of them combined, so I figured, I'm lazy. I'll just go to fucking AI and I'll feed them all the data and tell them to make the best comprehensive one of them all combined, right? So I told it to generate a cyberpunk character, right? But I forgot to specify to generate a cyberpunk character sheet. So instead, it decided to do the simplest thing, which was to generate the actual cyberpunk character itself, which then tried to access my network to generate more cyberpunk characters.
Okay. Let me
But I
ask you this, sir. Let me ask you. Would I be correct if I made the assumption that you're a video gamer?
A bit, yeah.
Does it play a big portion of your life, sir?
No, I don't consider myself I don't use the term gamer or any of that. I think that's all kind of cringe, personally.
But do you sit around gaming a lot? Like do you game every single day?
No.
No.
No, I have a life.
Are you being honest with me right now, or are you capping?
Yes, I'm not a basement dwelling fucking nerd. I'm a 40-year-old man with a job, a family, and life.
Well, you don't gotta be in the basement. Nobody said anything about a basement to be a gamer. You can be in your room, your living room, anywhere. I just asked because it for me, I don't really use AI that much, and I find that AI can lie to you. It can give you more of what science says about things rather than what other belief systems use. Because we all know that science is it discovers the physical realm, but it's still a belief system.
I assume with the name God is real, and you trying to turn this into a don't trust science as the only answer thing, is that you're coming up here explicitly to try to turn any conversation into an argument about religion. Is that an accurate assessment that that's your goal here?
That's an assumption. And what happens when we
is that your goal here? Is what I'm asking you. Answer the question.
Sir, that's an assumption.
Sure. Can you give me a yes or no answer?
Sure, you made an assumption.
I'll admit it's an assumption, but could you answer the question with yes or no?
No, it's incorrect. I'm just bored out of my mind, and I searched open panel, and then live, right? I clicked live, and you guys were live.
It took you 60 seconds before you tried to pull that. 60 seconds before you got up here.
Well, you know what? Some people are quicker, and some people are not.
Every time
I got booted off the last
I run a timer on whether or not someone's going to do something.
Are you a psychologist, sir? Are you a detective? Are you a detective or a psychologist? Which one?
Neither. I'm an epistemologist.
Oh! Well, can you get into that if you don't mind me? I
don't want to get into conversations with people who are one-minded about something and want to just turn the conversation to just one topic.
Oh, I'm definitely open-minded. That's why I came here to join you guys.
You came up here with the name God is real and immediately tried to go into, maybe we should talk about other belief systems other than science. Instantly.
Well, that's not what I immediately did. What I immediately did was I talked about the Alex Jones banner, which I still find it really
You
cool.
try to
I
use
like it.
other things as stepping stones to get to one topic. No matter what we would talk about, you try to immediately go back to
Like
that.
I could talk about anything. I do like discussing science. I didn't actually debunk.
Oh.
The thing is, you can't debunk science because
You're
science
trying to
is
go
real.
right back to it right now.
Science is real.
You just said you were willing to talk about any subject and immediately try to go right back to it.
Well, that's because you're trying to make
So
it seem
let's
like
talk
I'm
about-
anti-science.
Let's see.
Let's talk about music. You want to talk Jimi Hendrix? I'd love to talk about Jimi Hendrix. What do you want to talk about? Anything. Michael Jackson? Nobody sold more records than Michael Jackson. What do you want to talk about? I'm going to talk about anything. That is why they have made it that if you assume something, only make an ass out of
I asked a
yourself.
question.
You make an ass out of me.
Why are you so emotional? I just asked a question.
I'm not at all, sir. I practice
You seem
emotional
like you're
intelligence.
really, really triggered right now, and I would like you
Oh, not at all, sir. The only thing that triggers me is when these people I contract for sometimes fuck up my pay and don't pay me on time. Fucking triggers the shit out of me.
Okay,
Other than that, I can care less about most things, sir. I'm as calm as a.
you realize you have
tree
a very rapid speech pattern right now, and it's very loud. Like
It
you're trying
moves
to
up
talk
and
over
down. It moves up and down. You got to forgive me. It's the way I grew up. I actually grew up near what do you call it? Army cadet reservation place where they would shoot all day when they were training. They would just shoot, and I don't know if I have PTSD, but it's a lot of loud noise. So I gotta yell over the loud gun noises. You have to forgive me if you don't mind.
All right. What's your favorite Bob Marley song?
One love. One love.
One Love? All right.
Yeah.
Mine's actually Woman No Cry. A lot of people don't know that song.
Classic, brother.
That's
Forget about it. That's a classic.
yeah.
And that's been sampled. Now, let's not even mention how many times that record's been sampled. It doesn't get enough recognition and respect for the amount of time it's been sampled. I love that song. And then if you ever heard by the Fugees, they made their own version of No Woman, No Cry. Classic. Brother.
Yeah. Oh, there's a really great remix by do you guys know who The Whale is? Probably not.
The Wailers.
Yeah. And
the Wailers.
They did a nice cover of that. It was just really good.
Oh, that was the best, man. At that time, Bob Marley, I'd say, well, aside from One Love, what was that other record? I'm trying to remember. Didn't he do one with John Lennon? I believe it was. There was this other song. I can't for the life of me remember.
Okay, so I don't know if you did a song with it, but I know that Lennon, there was something about something being written at some point. I don't know if they even met, but I know that there was some sort of song that, because I know that there was a huge thing with their company, one of the companies that owned the rights to it decided, like, hold on, let me look that up. Marley. Yeah, it says they never met or collaborated. Yeah, because I would have thought, because didn't Marley die before, like way before that? Harrison did meet Marley, and they had talked about possibly doing music, but something happened with the companies fighting over who would get what or get to do what, or there was something like that.
No, it's real cool, man. That's real cool. I did not know that, actually. Now, how about Jimi Hendrix? What's your favorite song by Jimi Hendrix?
Jimi Hendrix. Well, yeah, no. See.
Purple Haze.
Wild Woman.
Wild Woman.
That's a good one.
That's a real good one, yeah. But I like Purple Haze. I like that one a lot. That's a real dope one.
Yeah, I think that's mostly associated with because I'm not a partaker in the marijuanas, but
Oh no?
no.
My
So
favorite Jimi Hendrix song is All Along the Watchtower.
That's a classic right there. That's one of his best. Yeah, they got that interesting Club 27 there, where you had him and Amy Winehouse and all these artists that died at that age. Huh?
Kurt Cobain's part of the 27 Club.
Yeah. That's another one right there.
Jim Morrison.
Morrison as well. I almost forgot about Morrison. Yeah, you had a bunch of them. I remember when I was 27, and I used to think of that. I said, "Oh, I'm not a musician or nothing. I'm a guy that just comes and trolls on the YouTube, but I think I'll be fine because I'm not a musician." So I thought I was good. But what's you guys' favorite genre, though?
I like most things. I've even started listening to more rap. Since I've been on these panels, I've been listening to more rap. But I don't really seek it out. But
I listen mostly to instrumentals right now.
Rock, metal, pop.
Yeah, I do want to take the time to apologize to you for my attitude, though. It's just that in my training, because I am an academic, even though I barely ever talk about it, we're told to look out for people specifically who are antagonistic and come up to try to pull a certain kind of stunt. I'm sure you've seen videos of it online of super religious people who try to create all sorts of chaos in any sort of academic sense, and so I'm just kind of prepped to deal with that because I used to have to deal with that a lot, where people would come up and they'd always pull that sort of stunt where they come up and they're like, "Oh, I believe in this or that," and then they'd try to turn everything into a debate about something, and then they'd use a lot of already disproven a million times type of things, and so it's just like I just got flashbacks of that when you first came up. That's all.
Oh no, it's all good. Not taken. I mean, for one, I've been going to random panels on YouTube for a long time now, and I mean, I don't want to say most of the places, but at least half the places you go to, if you can't handle the fire, the saying is get out of the kitchen, and it's like I've been to, I mean, I don't even want to get into deep, but I've been to panels where they dox you, they talk about your family member, so trust me, like, I'm not saying you didn't do much, but I've went at it with way worse than that, man. No, it's all good, none offense taken, and I understand. My approach could have came off like that, but I'm not. I'm not religious, by the way. I'm more spiritual than anything, but yeah, no, it's all good, bro.
Yeah,
It's all
gotcha.
good.
I study things like do you know what Karbaka and Samkhya are?
I've heard of Karbaka. I didn't hear the second one though. I don't think I've heard that.
They're both Indian schools of philosophy. They kind of have a tendency to blend between the science and the spiritual. Studied that for a while. I'm pretty much a hard-nosed, straight-nosed, more science thinking type person, but I do actually believe it doesn't explain absolutely everything in the way that, at least in the systems we have to understand things now, it's not perfect. Things need to be refined, and it's okay to take a look at things from other points of view and to even try to expand thinking about the world different ways. But yeah.
No, absolutely, yeah. I got one of my close friends. He like I don't want to label him as an atheist, but because see that's the thing. I'm actually very specific with my wording for anything. Um, that's why I was going to give you a minute to be like, all right, like you're not actually going to debate a rookie. But what he's always said is he says he believes in science. That's the way he worded it, which to me I'm very very specific, kind of like how in the court of law you have to break every fact down. It's not there's no assuming, there's no guessing, and
Right.
so because he didn't actually verbalize that he's an atheist, I don't call him that, but that's how it comes off to me. But yeah, I've had my fair share where I consider myself like a philosopher where I think deeply. I've never had a belief actually, and I grew up in a religious household, but I didn't follow any of that. I did my own thing, and then then when I tried getting into believing in God and whatnot, it was a lot of ups and downs, and I'd say maybe it was last year I did stumble upon it for a long time. I said, what if we really did just come from stardust, and that there is no God and whatnot? And I thought of it. I said, well, how do I prove either or? But then ultimately I did fall back to the belief that there is a God, and just because I can feel a presence all my life, and then then I just looked at the natural design of the world. I said it seems designed from like an intellectual designer behind it, like the human body, all the organs and the functions that go in it. So that's where I stand now, and I don't. Where I'm at, I also don't need to convince anybody of my beliefs. They're my beliefs. But yeah, that's where I stand now. But here's the thing: I do believe once a philosopher, always a philosopher. So you'll always question things, always, and it's like down the line you could still question your beliefs, and I don't see a problem with that. But yeah, I mean,
That goes in one of the things we learned when I was in college. One of the things we learned about was something called the Cartesian table from Descartes, which is the idea of taking all your assumptions off the table and then only put on things on the table that you can necessarily demonstrate are true. But every time you try to demonstrate what is true, also question how do you know what is true? And it's one of those things where a lot of people, if they start doing that, realize that maybe a lot of their assumptions are not necessarily as solid as they might think.
Now, is that in philosophy? This table that you speak of?
Yeah, it's in both philosophy as well as because under philosophy, science, math, and all this stuff, there's the field of epistemology, which is what I have my degree in, which is basically the study of studying
words.
Well, no, it's the idea of studying knowledge and how do we decide what constitutes knowledge versus assumptions.
So wait, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but are you a philosophy major?
I guess you could say that I graduated with a master's in epistemology. But
nice, man.
So epistemology is technically its own field, kind of, but it is considered to be philosophy. But it's considered the root philosophy of all the other systems of philosophy. So math, science, theology, logic, like everything is basically. So when people, for instance, get their PhD degrees, typically the PhD stands for philosophy degree, they typically have to go through a process of being vetted by what's called a provost. And that provost is typically somebody with a degree in epistemology that has to check to see whether or not there is any sort of logical consistency within their thesis when they submit it, and review all their basic. Sorry,
Right.
someone in chat's just making fun of the fact I'm being boring right now. Sorry.
I could give a shit. Trust me, bro. Normally the people in the chat, I kind of value. I take everything they say with a grain of salt. They're in the chat for a reason, so I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm pro panelist. Like I've been doing this for a long time. Yeah, I honest to God, I got a lot of respect for you in that sense because I've I never I mean, well, I don't want to dox myself too much, but I do have a lot of respect for like the degrees in general would be a PhD in philosophy or a PhD in psychology. Um, just because of just because of my fascinations in those particular subjects. I could care that much about engineering. Not that I don't have respect for it, but it's more just you know uh, the human mind and all that. And actually, it's actually funny. You get to learn that psychology. It comes from the Greek word soul, the study of soul. Um, but I've been looking. I forgot what that word is. It means the study of words. Um,
Oh, that's entomology.
see, that's why I got mixed up for a sec. But I've been
Entomology.
meaning,
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
yeah, I've been meaning to get into that because I'm finding out how like the English language in particular, a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of this,
heavily heavily
yeah, a lot of
influenced by Latin, Greek, German. Yeah, there's a lot of and even some Indo-European, oddly enough.
right, and we like for example, I would just to bring it to religion for a sec, but it would be like when people would say they would say amen, that they're not actually they don't know that they're actually summoning it's a different type of god. It's not actually Yahweh or like the Christian God. And so they
Well,
don't realize when they say that out loud, amen, they're not actually giving praise to the right God. And that's why I do want to get into this this study to really figure
I
it out the proper way.
I do want to rebuttal with that though. Rebut that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that I've heard that as like a conspiracy theory online, and I've checked it out by actual people who are theologians who have degrees specifically in linguistics. There's one named Dan McClellan, for instance, who does a lot of debunking of a lot of things that are online that seem like they're scientific and well researched, but may not be, and they might just be conspiracy theories. I think he actually did 3 videos on that one, showing that that's just a common misconception that somebody put on the internet at one point, that it's not like that's not the origin, despite that there being several online videos about that very specific thing. But I do understand the type of thing you're saying, that there are a lot of misconceptions in the way that people think how things came about or what words mean. Even religiously, I do like a lot of things, because if you start to learn some Hebrew, for instance, and you start to read through both the Old and New Testament, even though the New Testament seems to have been written mostly in Greek, but you do actually get to learn some very interesting things. For instance, the word El that you see in a lot of names in the Bible, like Rachel, Bethel, Michael. El is actually from the Semitic root for the word Lord. So, for instance, angel literally means messenger from the Lord, which I think is very interesting. So, when you ever see the word El starting with the words El or at the end, that typically means of the Lord or by the Lord or sent by. So I just think that's an interesting example. Another thing that you'll notice is the word Bet or Bath, which literally means house of, but can also mean family or tribe. So Bethel, Bethlehem, or Bethlehem, and other things like that typically have the word house or tribe associated with them, which I thought is interesting. And here's another interesting thing. Jerusalem, the word salam in there actually is same thing from when you hear in the Islamic reading Assalamu alaikum, which means peace be upon you or whatever, and the word shalom in Hebrew, which means peace. But oddly enough, originally was a term for the dusk, which was the peacetime in the area. And there's some archaeological stuff as to the origin of that word, but I just thought that was interesting that the word salam and shalom are associated with the name of Jerusalem. So
yeah, they're very similar. I mean, when you listen to it, salam or shalom, they're similar sounding words. They're kind of spelled out similar. Well, it's even like like in the Quran, right? It's Allah, but then like the Jewish, they were saying Ilahi, right? So it's similar, Ilahi, Allahi, right? They're there's a lot of similarities. Or even like they throw in the Elohim. That's
Yeah.
another one. But yeah, I mean, I definitely get your point. I mean, that's the thing. You always got to fact check what's really going on, because I know one guy. I'll say his name because he really got popular. But if you guys heard of Billy Carson, people came for his neck. I think it was like end of last year, because he was making a lot of headlines as far as he would say stuff about how he had an interaction with an alien, something about an alien came to him, but he would debunk a lot of Christian beliefs, and it really got to the point where it's like, I know when I was getting deep into the Bible, he had a lot to do with just even me really questioning the faith. But Wes,
Yeah.
what's his name?
Go ahead.
Another guy by the name of Wes, I can't remember his last name, but he really debunked them last year, and it actually got really odd. It got really odd, like Billy tried suing him and stuff. It got like really odd, but anywho, it was then and there when I really thought of it. I said, okay, I gotta figure out these words and also fact check them, because you never know, right? You can like nowadays, for example, I'll tell you something I'm really into, right? I'm into like New Age spiritualism, and a lot of people that go into that community, they talk about reincarnation. Now, I do want to stay in the spirit and believe all this stuff, but I find interesting that a lot of them don't actually show you physical proof to reincarnation. It almost seems like they just kind of recite what their master or their leader taught them. And I don't want to be like that. I'm not going to go around convincing people reincarnation exists if I don't really figure it out. I watch a lot of near-death experiences videos that they get into reincarnation and whatnot. Science obviously gives you their explanation on what they think happened. But yeah, I mean, I definitely, for one, I agree with you. It's always best to fact check and get to the truth rather than just keep reciting other shit. So I agree with you, man. By the way, I'm just getting home, so I gotta quickly make some food, but I can hear you talking if you want to talk. Yeah.
Hey, Ninja with a pencil, what you doing? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm just smoking a joint. Just chilling.
Okay. Zai, you with us still?
Yep.
All right. Just checking to see how everyone's doing.
Chipping away at the fishies.
Yeah, I actually have to. I probably have to get off in a minute because I got to make dinner. So it was nice talking to you, man. I'm gonna get off right now because I'm gonna make dinner. I might be on later if everyone's still here.
Yeah, you as well, man. Good talking to you, bro. I'll see you guys around then.
Peace.
Peace out.
Well, I think I'm going to end it for tonight, Custom. It's been 2 hours since I came back, and you're nowhere to be found.
He ditched us.
Ninja, do you want to keep it going?
Nah, it's all good.
All right. Have a good night, everyone. I think Stone's going live later.
Hell yeah.
Check that out.
Stone, are you sleeping? Stone!